So weird, Blizzard. I don't know why you won't let me have this name. Just do something lame then, because I don't want to deal with this. You're slowing me down, Blizzard. Okay, don't care about this. Close this. Let's try this again. Because we keep having issues with it. Close that. I love how like Blizzard won't let you have certain names, even though they literally just let you say whatever you want in the game itself. Makes sense. Hopefully, this will work this time. We'll see. Oh, so far I'm retarded and I didn't switch over the entry script. Where are we at? Soloplay. Perfect. So I actually logged in this time. Should create the character. Smiley face. We'll see. There we go. Sweet. I think we're good. For some reason, it did not like any of the names I was choosing for the character, so I had to sit there and literally mess with it like 4 or 5 times.
Good day.
Evil beware.
Yeah. Beware. Beware. Man, there's been a lot of things that have come out in the last few days. We got Path of Exile 2. We had the D2R. Well, it didn't come out, but it ladder reset for D2R and now ladder reset for uh, Blizzard calls it Classic. It should be called Legacy, so it's not confusing. But as usual, Blizzard is brain dead about their old games, don't know what to call them. I guess they probably call all their old games Classic, which is why they call Diablo also Classic, but that's pretty confusing considering the fact that quite literally there is Diablo 2 Classic and Diablo 2 Lord of Destruction, so I don't know why they do that. Hello, how you doing? Thanks for stopping in, saying hi. I think it should be called Diablo 2 Legacy, personally. Would make more sense. But, Blizzard doesn't tend to make a lot of sense, especially these days. Back then, they weren't nearly as bad. In fact, they made some bangers like right after each other, too. I mean, StarCraft, Warcraft, Diablo, just everything they did was really, really good. Can't really say that now. Yo, what's up, Gary? How you doing, buddy? Nice to see you. Definitely been a while, man. I finally got things arranged in my life where I can hopefully be more reliable on at least uploading and then streaming as well. So I've got 2 channels, so I've been streaming D2R on Colbot forever and then this on here Probably should have done that in reverse, but whatever. Hope you're doing well. As I was moving, I actually found my old discs. So it's trying to blur it, of course. There we go. Yeah, buddy. That's what's up. Got the other disc too, but I just figured we show this one because it's that's what we're playing. So pretty cool. This one I think it's pretty scratched up. I could buff it. I've got a buffer I could buff it with. So the real question is, do I have a drive to play it? No, I'm just kidding. Of course I do. I will say that I am very glad I don't have to run discs anymore, because that's really annoying. It's very slow. The loading is very slow. So yeah, I figured you're probably not the only one. A lot of people haven't seen it in a long time. So I have so many. I couldn't even tell you how many. It's a lot because a lot of times I would find them at garage sales, thrift stores, and I even got one from a friend of mine who was just like, "Oh, I'll never play this again." So, here, just take it. And it was like the little paper box set, the one they released like right at the end, um, before they stopped selling it physically anymore. So 26 digit key, of course, instead of a 16. It's crazy that they sold so many copies. They had to move to a 26 digit key. That's pretty. I mean, they probably should have started with that. It would have made more sense, but it's still pretty cool. I remember like seeing the little sticker that said sold over 1 million copies, you know, back in the day when they were selling it. I was like, dang, I didn't know it sold that many. I mean, it's a good game, but 1 million copies is a lot. Even in today's world, like if you sell 1 million copies of something, you're doing really well. Yeah, yeah, car boot sales of the UK for sure. You're in the UK, right? Or am I mistaking from? I don't know. I don't remember. Either way, like that sounds very UK, like a car boot sale. It sounds like something they would say. I haven't seen them in a while though. Like I used to see Diablo 2 quite a bit at the thrift stores. I think it's been like a year or two since I've seen them. I don't know if people are buying them or they're just not donating them anymore. Scotland, figured. That terminology always reminds me of that because like we don't call it that here. We don't even really have car boot sales. We have like Facebook Marketplace, whatnot, and all that kind of stuff, but you don't see too many people just selling stuff out of their trunk or out of their boot, as you guys would call it. So I wish they did. I remember like mid to late 2000s. I used to do a lot of trading on Facebook, or not Facebook, on Craigslist. I would put like an ad up that would say, iPod Touch for an Xbox 360 or something like that. And, you could trade something for something else. I like doing that. It was a lot of fun. I didn't even like buy anything back then. I just traded around and whatnot. The thrift stores here have like really dried up. There's a ton of resellers here. Um, I do still find some pretty good stuff, but that's only because I go there like almost every day. I haven't been lately, but before I moved, I was going almost every day. So consistency is what finds you the most stuff. It's not really like it is luck, but it's not just luck. It's also consistency is what will find you the most stuff I've found. So
Reader, the Order welcomes you.
yeah, LGR does a ton of thrifting. He doesn't. He's kind of more into like the PC side of things, from what I can tell. Which even though I did game on PC, like from like a 386 or maybe it was a 486 on up. I didn't have anything earlier than that. We couldn't afford it. But even though I did that, I don't have a ton of nostalgia for that. There's a few DOS games that I like, but probably like maybe 10, maybe 15 DOS games that I really like. Everything else I could just kind of pass on. We just didn't have a ton of money, and I never really got to see those games in their prime. So I don't really go back and play those much. And some of them got upgraded to Windows later, like the original Warcraft, eventually got like a Windows release, or at least there was a way you could play it on Windows, I should say. I'm not even sure they even had a Windows release of that back then. It may have still been DOS, but it ran on Windows 95, 98, XP. You could get it to run on 7, but it was kind of a pain. I wouldn't even bother with 10. I would just probably go get the GOG version or the Blizzard version they have now. 133 IBM. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yeah, I think we went from 486 to Pentium 1. And then I traded our Pentium 1 computer for a couch set, ironically, like a really nice leather couch set. And then my dad bought a Pentium 2 like bundle from an online company in California. So I had that. That's what I played Diablo 2 on. It was a Pentium 2 with a 32 megabyte graphics card. It was a ton of fun. Although I will say I really wouldn't want to go back to um, 56K modem. And I know what you're talking about. You're talking about even slower modem, so that's even worse. I can't stand the like slow internet speeds anymore. Like back then, we didn't have a choice, but oh no, you're not talking about modem. You're talking about a new Intel chip. Very nice. A 4090 and a 12,900K. Wow. That's super nice. I'm still running like low end Ryzen from like I've got like a 5800X or something like that, and a 37, just a plain 3070. But I'm on a pretty tight budget right now, so I can't really go and splurge like I'd want to. 900 megahertz from a Pentium 2 is like what, double, triple speed probably, depending on which Pentium 2 you had. So that's a pretty big upgrade. I don't even remember, like, I didn't even have another computer for a really long time. And then I tried to build my own, but the board was dead, and I wasn't smart enough to understand why the computer wasn't working until a lot later. I think that might have been Pentium 4 probably. And then I just bought a pre-built from like Walmart for like $100 when I started working. I don't even know what that was. I think it was like an AMD something. Yeah, 233 sounds right. Did they make a 350 Pentium 2? They might have. I always thought they were so cool because you could get those card versions that just plug in. Those are freaking cool. I love card type CPUs. Those are neat. The fact that they don't do that anymore is kind of sad. I realize it takes up more room, but it's so cool to do that. Imagine if your processor was like an NVMe that you just into the board, and ran it. That personally, I think that'd be better, but that's just me. Oh man, Pentium 4 hyperthreading was like peak gaming. The thing was like it ran like a million degrees. But if you had one and you were trying to play like the latest games at the time, you could run them. Your friends probably couldn't, at least not like well. So I think I still have like an old PC that has like a Pentium 4 hyperthreading in it that has like a XP on it or something. I don't know. I don't even know why I have it. I'll probably never use it. Yeah, the hybrid motherboards. Oh man, those I forgot all about the. Those are pretty cool too. They had a lot of neat stuff back then, like neat ideas, and everything wasn't so like consistent like it is now. You know, everything is very like I don't even know how to describe it. Like back then, there was so many options. There was like tons of different companies and boards and RAM and even processors. You had a lot of options. Now it's sort of like that, but not really. Yeah, and back then, Intel and AMD were going neck to neck for a while, and then when the Pentium 4 came out, AMD got pretty smoked. But they did come back. I think, did AMD do like the first true dual core? I can't remember. I feel like the Core 2 Duo came after the first AMD dual cores, but it's been so long I can't remember. Oh man, yeah, and especially like back then, like the software and the hardware did not like to communicate together like it does now. It's so easy to build a PC now. Like anybody that buys a pre-made PC, you're just being lazy because like you can build your own PC so easily. It is not hard. Everything is color coded. The books are really well written. Even if they're not, you can just go online, watch somebody install literally the exact same board you're going to put in. It's so easy.
Yes?
Yeah, I still have one of those tricores. What was it? It was like a was it a Phenom? I can't remember. That probably wasn't the first tricore, but I know it had like a fourth core that you could unlock through the BIOS, which is hilarious because by the time I figured that out, my dad had one. He'd been using it in triple core instead of quad core, and by the time I figured out I could unlock it to four, he'd already moved on to like a first gen i7. So never actually got to mess around with it much because of that. Phenom 2, that sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. I wasn't sure if there was one before that because I wasn't really. Uh, I just wasn't able to keep up with a lot of this stuff sometimes. You know, I didn't have a lot of money even then to be, going out there and buying stuff. So I just didn't look around very much.
Hello.
That's kind of how I am right now. Like I'm so out of it in terms of knowing like what the most recent processors are and who's got the better one and how much they cost. I couldn't even tell you. You know, I probably won't even pay attention to that until I go to upgrade, which, you know, at this point, if I just upgrade my GPU, my CPU is probably fine for a little while longer. I don't do a lot of CPU intensive stuff anyway, so
The Order welcomes you.
getting amp damage like crazy down in the underground passage. Oh, this is the cave. Never mind. Thought she was underground passage. Archers are nasty. Yeah, for Windows 10, you mean? Because I've been hearing they're going to get rid of Windows 10, force us to upgrade to 11. I'm not going to do it because I don't care. You know, unless there's another DirectX, which I'm sure there will be, a DirectX upgrade that requires Windows 11. Eventually, I'll have to switch, but I'm not going to do it anytime soon. It's not that I don't like Windows 11. It's just it's basically spyware. It's horrible. I really, really dislike it. In fact, I've gotten to the point where I'm actually considering like just full blown switching to Linux. You know, if it wasn't for like many of the games, especially the older games I have, that just will not run on Linux easily, I probably would have already switched over by now. I don't like Linux. It's a pain and I'm not good at it. I'm sure I could learn it and get better at it, but Windows just keeps finding new ways to make me not want to use their products. So we'll see. Maybe in 10 years I'll be singing a different tune and disavow Microsoft altogether. I don't know. I just don't really like the way Windows is headed. I know I'm not the only one. Yep. I actually have a Steam Deck and I really like it. It works really good. Like I was surprised at how well the Steam Deck actually works. Um, I got it locally for like a steal. I think I paid like $200 for it. The guy was like leaving town and he just wanted to get rid of it. He just needed some quick cash. And the pawn shop told him they were going to give him like $50, which is crazy because it was only like 3 months after it had come out. I was like, what the heck? Why would they give you $50? It's retarded. That doesn't make any sense. But yeah, so I like it. I like it a lot. I think it's a good idea. And Steam has had like a lot of weird like consoles and hardware they've released, but the Steam Deck I think is the one that's going to stick. It's a good idea. That's what I have too. I have the 256. I don't have the OLED. I don't have the etch screen or whatever all that. I just got the basic, model, and I put a 1 terabyte micro SD card in there. It works perfectly off that micro SD card. Never had a problem. Literally not one. I haven't experienced it getting hot or give me any kind of issues. And I think it was like $50 on Black Friday for that card a few years back. So $50 for 1 terabyte, and then if I need another one, just buy another one. But yeah, I just don't install everything on there. But I actually played what did I play recently on there? Resident Evil 2, the one from 2018, 2019. It runs really good on there. It's like 60 plus frames per second, no slowdown or lag or issues. You have to use like an older patch, but who cares? It doesn't change the game in any way. It runs perfectly. And then anything older than that, obviously, is going to run probably fine. Yeah, it's funny because like Sony, I, this will probably be like an unpopular opinion to like people that don't really care, but the PS Vita, I like the PS Vita. The OLED screen on the Vita looked amazing. The Vita itself was a good console. They didn't have any games for it, and that's probably why it failed. But the Vita is a really, really good console. Um, Still have like two or three of them just because I keep finding them for cheap and I just buy them, especially the OLED version. And then what do they do for this most recent portable? It's not really portable. The What's it called? The PlayStation Portal? It's like a streaming device. It's crap. It's literal crap. And it's because all these big companies want you to just stream their games rather than actually buy and own the games. And I hate that. I'm a big physical media person. If I can pick it up on a disc, that's what I'm gonna do. And there's a lot of misinformation going around with that too. People keep telling me like, "Oh, games aren't even on the disc anymore. You can't even play them without updates." It's not true. If it's an online game, yeah, of course. But if it's a single player game, it'll run fine straight off the disc, no internet, no updates, nothing. Yeah, that's so dumb. The fact that you need your console to run the Portal is it makes it completely worthless. Like I can already do that on my PC. I can probably do it on the Steam Deck if I set it up. Probably do it through your phone or what. Like, why would you even want the Portal? Oh, it's got PS5 controller handles. Who cares? Just use a PS5 controller or use a Bluetooth controller or whatever. I don't know. I don't know what Sony's doing. Whatever they're doing, I'm not for it. I will never buy a PlayStation Portal unless it's like $10. And even then, the sticks will probably have freaking drift. So, not great. Sony kind of doesn't really want to compete with Nintendo anymore either. So, it's pretty obvious that they just didn't really want to make a handheld because I think, they learned their lesson with the Vita. Basically, they got smoked by Nintendo. When it comes to handhelds, Nintendo always wins, even when it's inferior. And most of their portables are inferior in terms of specs wise, in terms of screen wise. Like the original Game Boy versus the Game Gear and the Lynx, It is crap. You have a non-backlit greenish colored screen. I forget what they call it, monochrome maybe screen that literally cannot be played in the dark without a light. The Game Gear is backlit and color. The Lynx is backlit and color. Those all came out around the same time period, and people just didn't buy them because the battery life was so bad. But in terms of quality, Nintendo wasn't even close, screen wise. But they had tons of games, and that's how they always win: is their IPs are good, or at least people like their IPs. I don't know if they're good. PC is dominating because Sony and Microsoft have been dropping the ball. First of all, having to pay for online play is something that is very outdated, and I never agreed with it. I never thought it was a good idea. Yeah, those old batteries were a big problem. Lithium really makes a huge difference. And even then, like the Steam Deck and the Switch, what, they only get like an hour and a half, 2 hours, maybe? If you're playing anything like super intensive, you're not even going to get that. That's my biggest complaint about consoles is not really like people don't like the frame rates and everything, but like a lot of times I don't really care about that. Don't get me wrong, I'd much rather have higher frames if I can get them. Like on my PC, I run 144 hertz or higher, and I try to get my frames up to the same. But it's easier on the eyes, that's for sure. But you can totally play on console. But then when I have to pay extra money just to be able to play online, I don't want to do that. So whenever I see a game that's on like PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X or Switch, it's like, do I really want to buy that and then have to pay for the online again? Because I'm not currently paying for it. Not really.
What you need?
Yeah, if you're willing to wait, you can play Sony's games on PC now anyway. So, and I realize you're going to have to wait like what, like a year or two or whatever it is. We'll see if that continues. But
Evil beware.
still, that's another thing is you see a lot of broken games. You see a lot of games that are uh, not really finished. They kind of update them as the game gets older. I mean, look at Cyberpunk. That's a perfect example. The game's actually pretty good. It runs pretty well now, but when it first came out, holy crap! Like it was garbage. It was a garbage fire. And it seems like a lot of the companies now too, they don't really want to do like single player experiences or they want to make MOBAs, they want to make COD games, they want to make anything that will hopefully bring in millions of people and make tons of little microtransactions rather than just selling the game to 500,000 people or whatever. I don't know. I honestly don't mind the PS5. I played Last of Us 2 on it all the way through, platinumed it. I played some PS4 games on it. I've played Control. Or was it Control? Not Control. Returnal. I really liked Returnal. I don't know how that game did like reviews wise, but I really liked it. That was like one of the first roguelikes I've played, and I like that game a lot. PS5 worked, runs fine for me. There's some slowdown in certain parts, a little, you can tell the frames are dipping, but it's fine with me. I still play retro games. I mean, look at what we're streaming right now. This is 30 frames per second right here. So yeah, GTA 5 was burning out PlayStation 3s, Xbox 360s, PS4s. I don't know how it did on Xbox One. I think the Xbox One did okay. The original Xbox One, like that giant VCR version, that thing actually ran pretty cool because it was so large and it had a big fan in it. I don't know about the slim models if they're as good or not.
Greetings.
The only issues I've seen with the Xbox Ones, the slim ones, was the disk drive eventually goes out. But I mean, the disk drive and everything goes out, so it's not really much of a complaint. GTA 5 was like very CPU heavy for the day that it came out. I know a lot of people had to upgrade their rigs just to be able to play, and I'm sure, you know, when GTA 6 comes out, it's going to be the same thing. Yeah, 20 gigabytes. Yep, yep. Yeah, like the Microsoft products have kind of been like PCs for a long time now. The original Xbox was basically it was just a Pentium 3. You know, it was more PC than any other console ever has been, basically. And then the 360, I think, was a Power PC chip, if I remember correctly. And then obviously, you know, the Xbox One, they switched over to the Jaguar cores. So, but yeah, Microsoft has always had like a PC mentality. But the original Xbox was fantastic. Like hardly anybody bought it where that I knew. But I love the original Xbox. The games ran way better on the original Xbox than the PS2. Like I knew a lot of people who really liked the PS2, and I was one of them. I owned a PS2. I liked it. But if the game came out on PS2 and at the original Xbox, I bought it for the Xbox. Play Splinter Cell, any of the Splinter Cells on PS2 versus the Xbox, night and day difference. Like it plays perfect on the Xbox. It runs like crap on the PS2 in my opinion. Looks worse too. You can't even shoot some of the lights out because they couldn't get the physics down. It's hilarious. Yeah, everybody liked Halo. My dad was a big Halo fan. Halo 1 and 2, those are his jam. We used to play it on legendary difficulty, I think is the difficulty. But yeah, we played that all the time. Uh, we didn't play it online though. We just played through the campaign together. Morrowind, that was a big one. That was probably his like most favorite game actually. Ghost Recon, I still like all of these games by the way. Like they're all really good. There was like 10 rows. I'm exaggerating, but there was a lot of Ghost Recon games for the Xbox. They're all really good. Really hard too, especially if you play on like the really hard difficulty. Really fun. Trying to think of what else they had in the original Xbox that I played. Fusion Frenzy, that was a lot of fun. It was like a party game. Um, there's a few others I just can't think of off the top of my head that were there that were great. Oh yeah, Fable, that's a good one. It's a really good one. Panzer Dragoon, Orta, that was a fun game. Um, yeah, there's a lot. Genuinely, like there's a lot. Dark Watch was a good game. That was a multi-plat. There's some good horror games like Fatal Frame and a Call of Cthulhu were on there as well. Yeah, the original Xbox, like I think the idea of the original Xbox was spot on. I really liked it. That thing was a beast. Still is. I've got some in this room somewhere. Been moving, so I found like four of them in a tub. I don't know why I have so many, but they're probably cheap. Got to go in there and remove those capacitors off of them before they get destroyed. I need to try to remember to do that.
Hello.
Yeah, you can definitely jailbreak it or mod it, soft mod it, whatever. I know that the first time I soft modded mine, I just bought like a memory card off of eBay and plugged it in, and it literally soft modded it for me. It's super easy. So the PS2 is pretty easy to soft mod too, though. To be fair, especially with free McBoot, and then the Dreamcast laughs at both of them because you can literally just burn discs in like GD-ROM or whatever it is. It wasn't GD-ROM. It was like another format that was kind of like it that would run on the Dreamcast. without any program soft mod or anything. Like nobody soft mods them because there's no point. Like there's not even really a point to a mod chip either because it'll literally just read the burnt discs. An Amiga 1200. Wow. I know the Amiga was big over there. I've heard from like a bunch of different people that the Amiga, especially in Europe, uh, UK, Scotland, that was like a big deal over there. I've never even seen an Amiga here. I know they exist. Like I've seen them online and whatnot, but I've never actually seen one in person. I've seen a Tandy and what was it? Like a Texas something, Texas Instruments something from back in the day. But I never saw an Amiga. And I was also a little bit too young. By the time like I was kind of looking at that stuff, it was already outdated. So 512 kilobytes of RAM. Oh yeah. Would that be SD RAM back then? Because I know they didn't swap over to DDR until later. Can't remember. Like the first thing I had with DDR, and it was like a Pentium 1, I think. I think before that it was all SD RAM, but I could be wrong. Yeah. If I saw like a Tandy or an Amiga like a thrift store, I'd probably end up buying it if it was in, somewhat, if it's dirty or whatever, that's fine. But if it's actually running still, I'd probably pick it up. I'd mess around with it for sure. I still buy like those little like Dell workstation PCs. They're like, yay big, like in a square form factor. I run the bots off of those all the time. I've like given those away to people. I have friends that run the bot now, and they're like, "Hey, I'm just gonna run it on my PC." I'm like, "Why? Just get you one of those Dell Wise things, or like a mini PC off Amazon. Uses less electricity anyway." Sinclair, yep, yep, man. Things were just so different back then. You almost had to be like an expert, or you had to become an expert on like how to like not just set up the game so that they'll actually work, but also to like optimize them so they actually um, function the way you want them to. Your sound card and your graphics and everything. It wasn't like now where it just auto downloads everything for you, or it just literally works right out of the box. That's why I say like when people are like, "Oh, it's so hard to build a PC," it's like, what are you talking about? Like, no offense, but like a monkey could put together a PC. It's literally that easy. It doesn't require like any real knowledge. You can watch a YouTube video and copy it pretty much exactly and get it done. Like most of the parts now are all pretty much, you know, undistinguishable. Other like if you took the names off a lot of these things, you wouldn't even be able to tell what was what. So I do remember that. I remember, like I said, I never saw an Amiga here, so I didn't know they were using tapes to store data on. But that's really freaking cool. Like I had no idea you could do that. It makes sense because if you can store music on it, why can't you store other data? It's just I never really like thought about it or even considered doing something like that. But I mean, it's pretty cool that they had that. And of course, hard drives were becoming more and more popular. Um, the actual floppy disk that actually flop back and forth, not the hard plastic ones that people of my generation called those aren't floppies actually. They call them floppies, but they're technically not. There's a reason they're called floppy. It's because they're floppy. I don't even think I saw like an Atari 2600 until I was a teenager. I didn't know anybody with one. It seemed like back then everybody got rid of their stuff like very quickly and upgraded to the next whatever thing there was. Yep, 5.25s. Yep. Instead, what's the other one? 3 inch? I can't remember. 2.5? 2.5 sounds right. 2.5, I think, is the correct size for those other ones. I still have some old IBM and DOS games. Like I found Silent Service 2, and what was the other one I found recently in the box? Like some old boxed Axis versus Allies, maybe? I can't remember. But anyway, yeah, some old disc games. Rip. Good thing I'm not playing hardcore. She's already died at least once, maybe twice. Whenever I find like big box PC games, like even if they're CD-ROM, if they're from that era or like up to like the early 2000s, a lot of times you can still play them, you know, with a little bit of finagling, but they're neat. You know, having like that cool box and all the instructions and everything was always neat. I still prefer that, honestly. It's the reason why I have Laserdiscs because I think they're really, really cool. It's like having a vinyl for your movie, you know, fold out like huge, you know, folder of a movie is just really neat. And it doesn't look bad either. And if you get the right ones, they even have surround sound or at least stereo. But yeah, I love all that retro stuff. I probably have like way too much crap, but I do enjoy collecting it and using it and stuff. Star Wars on Laserdisc is still clutch. It's still before they messed with it, or well, before George Lucas messed with it, did the special edition. Yeah, you can keep that edition. No thanks. Well, physical media and physical anything, including movies like 4Ks, Blu-rays, DVDs, VHS, whatever. If you don't have those, you don't own it. You know, this whole thing that people think that they own something because they're allowed to use it, that can be revoked at any time if it's digital. They can literally just take that away from you tomorrow. And what are you going to do about it? You can't do anything about it. So, in my book, if you don't have it physically somewhere, you probably don't own it. I mean, sure, you can back it up digitally and you can hit the high seas as a pirate. That would be the alternative, but you don't really own those types of things. Plus, then you can display them and be proud of them and everything. Picked up, what did I pick up recently? Like in the last couple months, I think I found The Fifth Element on 4K in a steelbook at a store near me. I was like, oh, it's my favorite movie. I need this. Yeah, Ubisoft has been horrible, dude. I don't know why anybody buys anything from them now. I would not give them a single penny. Literally not one. Um, they're a terrible company. Literally horrible. The fact that they're just revoking like games that people own is insane. But it's pretty much to be expected. I've been around long enough to know that anything digital that you own, you don't own. You know, that it can get delisted, it can get deleted, it can stop working, the servers can go down. There's a million different things that can happen to prevent you from using it. And they will do that if they can because they don't care. They want you to buy it on the new console or whatever. It's disgusting. It is. It really is. You know, just scamming people out of money because you're just being greedy and a horrible company is. It's despicable. It's like you're a multi-million-dollar company. What are you doing? Yeah, I view digital as like a rental from back in the day. You know, you go to Blockbuster, you go to your local video store, and you rent a Super Nintendo game. You bring it home. You have to bring it back. That's basically what you're doing with digital. It's just a longer period of time before that happens. And don't get me wrong, like I have hard drives with like old games and like rips and ISOs that I made of my disc, like especially this game. You know, I don't know if it's this disc, but I've ripped discs like this and put them on a hard drive, like an external hard drive, and sometimes actually like a magnet hard drive, and I just store them. And that's just in case. It also is a little easier to deal with than the actual discs, but these discs aren't going to last forever either, and neither are the cartridges. They're going to, eventually these are going to stop working. So sooner or later, they're going to degrade. So even physical isn't going to escape the wrath of time. Daemon tools, man, that brings me back. That was the first one I ever used for ISO images. I'm pretty sure it was a pirated copy too. Power ISO later. But Daemon tools actually worked a lot better than Power ISO in a lot of cases until recently, because they had copyright protection emulation. So if you put Diablo 2, like if you make an ISO of Diablo 2, back then it still wouldn't work because it wouldn't get past the copyright pass. And it would literally say, please insert the disk still. And if you use Daemon tools, it would actually emulate that copyright protection. You could get past it, which was really cool, obviously. And then, later Blizzard fixed it to where you didn't need the disk anymore if you just copied over all the files, which was really nice. But without that, you could basically just rip the game and then it would insta load, because people that aren't familiar with CDs, they have to spin up. If they're not constantly spinning, which you don't want because that's what wears out the drive, they have to spin up and then start reading the data, and it takes a sec. So yep. And as far as I know, they still have a lot of that encryption and anti-piracy stuff. It's just built into the code of the software, essentially. Some of it's like really nasty, like SecuROM and stuff like that. Man, my nose is itching today. I apologize. That was later too. Like the very first CDs and games on like actual discs didn't really have like, they did, some of them did have some copyright protection, but it was a lot fewer in number. That's hilarious. I've actually never even seen that before. That's great. It cracks me up. Just so you could cover up the code, I'm assuming. That's funny. I love it. The other thing is like, even if you could rip a disc back in the day, a lot of times you didn't have a large hard drive. So, like you rip 3 or 4 Diablo 2 discs, what is it? You need the play, the install, the cinematics disc, and the Lord of Destruction disc. Each one of those is probably what, 500 to 750 megabytes, somewhere around there. That's a lot of space in 2000. That's not, you may not even have a hard drive that's that large. That's cool. Yeah. Who was I watching? I forget his name, but he was showing like old, like retro tape decks, and he had like the metallic tapes that sound way better than the iron ferrite tapes. I forget his name. Techmoan? Is that his name? I don't know. I can't remember. But yeah, he has a lot of cool videos like that where he goes over like, Sony mini discs and like weird tech that probably nobody cares about except for a few hundred people that think it's neat still. I remember when MP3s came out, everybody had such a hard on for those, and the quality on those was terrible. Terrible. You rip a CD versus those MP3s, and you can tell. And I get it, storage was an issue, but man, did it sound bad. I had a stereo at the time, and it could play MP3s, and it sounded bad. If you're just listening to it like on headphones or something, you may not mind that much, but definitely going to care if it's on a stereo and stereo or 5.1 or something, because it sounds like garbage. You can make MP3s sound somewhat good. Like they do have higher kilobits per second MP3s that you can make, but back then I never saw them. I literally never saw a single one that didn't sound like somebody was in a tunnel with like a fan at like 7,000 RPM or like a jet engine taking off with all the background noise I had. It was terrible. But hey, if that's all you had, that's all you had. Now you can either download or rip or pirate FLAC files, so you don't even care anymore. But yeah, those were the days, man. Those were the days. I never owned an iPod till I was like in my 20s because I couldn't afford them. I just had like crappy MP3 players that were like you said, like 32 megabytes, 64 megabyte. I think I had like a 128 at some point. And then no, I take that back. The first iPod I ever had was an iPod Shuffle. I won that from a work raffle. So, yeah, that makes sense. The iPods got better and better, admittedly. They definitely were up there, but I don't know, like the thing is until you're able to play like lossless audio, it's not necessarily like, I don't know, it wouldn't be my choice. I just prefer lossless FLAC or the actual disc. You could just literally pop it in a CD player and just listen to it, which is what I did a lot of times too, especially for my stereo. I didn't have a dedicated CD player, but I could hook it up through my portable. Sounded fantastic. Like I knew iPods were a thing. I just never really thought about buying one because they were pretty expensive. And I had never used Apple ever. I think the only Apple I used up to that shuffle was like a Macintosh back in elementary school. Probably like one of the first ones too. That's awesome that you still have it. I think all mine stopped working. I threw them out. But then again, I had like probably really cheapy, knockoff versions. So, hey, $50 USD back in the day, that's not nothing. You know, I realize your guys' money's worth a little more than ours, but you got higher taxes too, so kind of evens out sometimes. But yeah, $50 ain't nothing in 2000 and like what, 2002, 2001, 2004, 2005. That's not nothing. That sounds right. Yes, in pounds, I would think it'd be about 40. Yeah, but that's like I said, 40 pounds in those days is a lot different than now. And the dollar is like way down too. Our inflation is crazy bad right now. Yep, '04. Yep, makes sense. That's the year I graduated. 2004. I remember it well. I played Diablo 2 almost every day that year until I got a girlfriend, and then that went away for a little while.
Good day.
Yeah, you're not kidding. Here too, believe me. Inflation is like crazy bad. Our groceries have gone up by like double on most stuff, at least where I live. Luckily, power hasn't gotten too terrible. Knock on wood, I guess, because that goes too high. That's going to be bad too. Um, but yeah, just everything. Like the interest rates on cars and houses are through the roof. Came down slightly recently, but it's been, yeah, just the the virus that shall not be named really messed things up. And I knew it would. I knew they were giving out a lot of money, and you can't just print money and give it to people. It doesn't work like that. Short term, that's great, but holy crap, 2,000 pounds. Wow. Bro, that's insane. That's actually insane. I mean, last month, because I just moved in here, I had to pay a deposit, but the actual electric itself was like maybe $100-ish. So $100. I've got a 2-bedroom apartment, pretty big living room. I think it's like 1,500 square feet ish. And yeah, I mean we only paid like $100 now. Given that wasn't the full month, and given that wasn't with everything plugged in and running all the time too, so it'd probably go up by at least 150% next month. Jeez, that's crazy. I don't know how you guys do that. That's insane. That's so much money. I mean, don't get me wrong. I'd still love to, live there for a year or two. And, your guys' scenery and the places you live there are beautiful outside of London, obviously. I have no interest in London whatsoever. Scotland is just gorgeous. Ireland is really beautiful too. See, I live in a desert, so your guys' green paradise over there is the direct opposite of where I live. I hear that, man. I don't know, like here, I don't even know what we need here anymore. It just seems like politics here is so divided and everybody hates everybody, and I don't ever see like a clear and obvious choice or solution. It's really not fun. Everybody has their own ideas on what they think will work, and I'm not really sure what's gonna work. I'm just hoping that things can improve at least a little bit. That's what I'm hoping for. I don't know that it will, but I'm hopeful that maybe something can happen. We'll see. I knew Donald Trump was going to win. It was pretty obvious to me. I don't know. Like, I never thought, like, in 2016, that was a pretty big surprise. 2020, him not winning um, with coronavirus going on and everything kind of made sense. And then this time, to me, like, with everything that's been going on, like, I could talk to people and they would tell me they were going to vote for him. So it felt that way. The United States is pretty, like, it's not really that hard to tell who's going to win depending on what's going on. If inflation is high and the economy is bad, you're probably going to lose. Like that's usually the number one topic is the economy. So yeah, he did say, and he did come back. So I guess but then again, he's kind of arrogant. He says a lot of dumb crap. So you know, I don't really care who's in charge, to be perfectly honest with you, so long as they do a good job. It makes no difference to me. I'm tired of everybody caring about which clan they're in and whose side that they like to make better or whatever. Like, I'm tired of it. Let's make the country better. Let's stop arguing amongst ourselves and make everything better for the people living here. That's all I care about. And I'm sure that I'm not the only one. And I'm sure like you guys are probably the same way too. It's like I'm tired of this crap. Prices are high. The world is in chaos. Let's maybe tone it back a bit. I don't really care who accomplishes it. Just get her done.
The Order welcomes you.
Time to save Cain so he can die in Diablo 3 unceremoniously. I'm still salty about them killing Cain in Diablo 3. Cain is like what defined Diablo 1 and 2, honestly. And then for 3, they were like, hey, let's just kill him. Nah, I'd really prefer you didn't. Man, it's been years since I played Diablo 3. I don't even know, like, the last time I touched that game. It's not good. Yeah, for sure, Gary. That's 100%. Unfortunate, too, you know? I just want things to be better for everybody, if that's even possible, or at least for the majority of people. That's all I'm hoping for.
Tristram was no match for Diablo's fury.
I don't really think that's asking for too much. I'm not asking for a massive increase or betterment, really. Yep, you're right, Nunya. They really don't play the old D2 anymore, and I love it too. I mean, you'll see it on this channel and Cobalt Forever probably until I die because I don't care. I'm gonna play it anyway. PoE 2 doesn't look bad. I didn't really care for PoE. I tried it, and it just wasn't for me. Diablo 2 is more simplified, and I like it that way. I know a lot of people don't, but for me, I like the simplicity of Diablo 2. It's more relaxing for me. That's just because a lot of times I just don't have, I mean, I do now, but I just didn't have a lot of time to be playing and doing a lot of customizations and all that jazz. So I don't know. They're not bad games, and I'm sure there's plenty of the people even here watching that would that are probably playing it, but it's just not for me. I may give it a shot when it goes on sale. Now that I do agree with. I do agree that Diablo 4 should have been more like PoE 2, 100%. I tried Diablo 4 and that's a garbage fire. I don't know how people play that game. I did not like it at all. It's funny because I used to say that Diablo 3 was a lot like World of Warcraft. Diablo 4 is way more like World of Warcraft. It's worse. It's actually worse than Diablo 3 in terms of being more like to World of Warcraft than a Diablo game. Somehow. Somehow they went, even worse with it, in my opinion. I still don't think it's a bad game. It's just not a quote unquote Diablo game, if you ask me. But I have friends who play it all the time. They like it. But then again, they like Diablo 3 too, so no thanks.
The Order welcomes you.
Well, the thing about Diablo 2 that generally makes it to where um, a lot of endgame is in Diablo 2 is the loot. The loot is insane and hard to get, and it takes a long time, and getting to the max level is like mission impossible without a bot. You can do it, it just takes forever. I will say that I think D2R is definitely the better game in terms of leveling, especially with the terrorized zones. That was a really good idea. The Sunder Charms were a good idea as well. Uh, I know some people don't like D2R because they changed Diablo 2 or whatever. Okay, yeah, they didn't necessarily make it worse. Okay, there are some things that could arguably be made that are worse, but they're like the improvements they're doing do make sense most of the time. They're both good though. Like I like this version. I still play it. I still bought it. I still trade. I still PvP in it, and I play D2R too. So they're both good. They both have their own feel and styles to them, and yeah, I was so glad that D2R turned out the way it did, and it didn't turn out to be like Warcraft 3 because they just absolutely destroyed Warcraft 3. That game sucks. The Reforged version, I mean. I've heard they've like kind of dialed that back a bit recently, but still, it's been years. We would actually play that through what was it, like Hamachi or something, like the the virtual like private network thing where you could play with your buddies. Forget what it's called, but yeah, we played that a few years back, like our Discord group. It was fun. I'd still play that right now, actually. If they hit me up like, hey, let's play. All right, let's go. Ton of fun.
This place holds many secrets.
Should have gave us another difficulty and in-game dungeons. End-game dungeons. Huh. Let me think about that for a minute. If you give another difficulty, you'd have to make a new class of items, I would think. Or at least traditionally, that's what they did. Because, you know, with Classic, you have normal and exceptional. And then LOD brings in elite items, so you'd have to maybe add a fourth. Dungeons doesn't really have. I mean, Diablo 2 doesn't really have dungeons per se. So I guess they could have done that, but it would just be like new areas. I mean, I guess basically what we're saying is they could have done like another expansion, kind of like Lord of Destruction, but yeah, I'd be down for that, especially if they let you play without it. You know, which they do. They let you play Classic still on D2R, which is fantastic. I thought for sure they wouldn't allow that. Because, I mean, why would they? You know, hardly anybody plays Classic. I know I do, but like most people don't. The Mosaic Assassin is literally busted. She's my highest level character. I think she's level 98. No, maybe she's only 96. I can't remember. But I've manually leveled her. I've never bought it on D2R. And you can literally kill anything in the game 1 to 5 hits max, basically. Even like Diablo and Bale and everybody, they just get absolutely melted by Mosaic Sin. Especially if you have the extra skills on the claws. Especially if you have all the in-game gear. She just melts. Like she's super OP. They'll probably never patch it either. Like I don't think they care. I agree with. I think it was Llama that said she was OP. I think he's right. Yeah, exactly. The fact that you get all the different elements too makes a huge difference because whatever they're immune to, it's likely they won't be immune to fire, poison, ice. Um, am I missing anything? Whatever. It's got everything. It's got the rainbow of damage. So if they're immune to something, it doesn't make any difference because you're still going to just melt through them. And of course, you got Sunder Charms that would alleviate that even more. And of course, you have on your mercenary, you have a what's it called? Boy, I'm drawing a blank today. You have the weapon that gives you conviction aura, Infinity. There we go. My old man brain got it for you, Infinity. I don't know. I have mixed feelings on Infinity and Enigma, especially. I think Enigma. Would I want to play the game without Enigma? Probably not. You know, kind of sucks. But then again, I play Classic without it all the time, so I don't know. Giving every single character teleport is kind of eh. I don't know how I feel about it. Ask me tomorrow, I might change my mind. I think Infinity's the more I think about Infinity, I think that's fine because they basically made the sorceress like really weak without it. Now, yeah, you can use like Blizzard or you can use, fire and cold at the same time. But if you just want to go single skill, lightning, nova, whatever, you need the Infinity or the Sunders, whichever. But if you're in classic or well, they got me saying classic now. If you're in Legacy Diablo 2, you need that Infinity. Yeah, I agree. That's what I'm talking about. Is like after 1.10, I didn't play this game for a while, to be honest with you. I really, really liked 1.08, 1.09. I really enjoyed those patches. I thought they were both really good. 1.08 more than 1.09, actually. That was like when I played the game the most, especially online, especially on ladder. I didn't know anything about the game back then. I remember like somebody showed me a Breath of the Dying and I was playing Barbarian. I was like, whoa, that's insane. Whenever that came out, I don't remember which patch that was. I think that was 111, 110. I don't know. Can't remember. I get it. I understand why they did what they did, you know, in terms of like nerfing the sorceress. It kind of makes sense because she just melted literally everything. So I get it. It's still kind of. She's been nerfed so hard though that it makes her like a lot less desirable. That's why Paladin took over. Yeah, I didn't mind them removing Iron Maiden. Think that was a good improvement. Um, because listen, Melee had it bad already, and then Iron Maiden and Chaos made it virtually impossible. Yeah, you could do it. If you have like 5 hours on your hands, you could probably do it if you're really, really super careful. If you're by yourself, especially. Magic Immune, I think it was the right choice because the Paladin is so overpowered. The Paladin has like the top three builds in the game, probably, and that makes literally no sense. It's like you nerf the sorceress into the dirt, and then you never fix the paladin problems,
Yes?
and you gave him teleport, which basically put him on par with the sorceress. Then you gave him magic attack instead of elemental, which means that like what 90+% of the game can't stop or block it or be resistant to it. So it's like okay, neat.
Ah, the
Yeah,
monasteries
for sure.
on
The
dark
assassin is definitely up there. I don't know if she's the number one build in D2R. It would not surprise me. I haven't really looked into it, to be honest with you. But Mosaic is literally insane. In terms of speed, I doubt you could really beat her. I don't see how you could. I mean, with teleport and just one shotting like the majority of even like super uniques and champions and stuff, you still like 1 to 3 shot them easily. And that's not even with good gear. Like I don't even have like good claws. I think I have like 2 to Phoenix Strike claws on both of them, and then whatever Mosaic gives you, and it still melts like everything very very easily. But yeah, they never fixed melee, and they should have. They still could fix melee, but I doubt they ever will. For some reason, they hate melee characters. I don't know why. They did fix Whirlwind in D2R. It had like a negative 50% damage debuff, and then now it's I think it starts at plus 50% now. I can't remember. But yeah, it's like way better. Oh yeah, easily. Every time I was online, I would search for games with 7 people in them and then join with the Mosaic Sin and just go do the terror zones and just absolutely wipe the floor with them. She barely even takes damage too. Pop a fade on there and you're good to go. They do, yeah. There's so many good things they could do with melee to make it better. And like the weapons that melee has available to it are also really crappy. Like pretty much nobody who's melee uses anything other than grief because there's really nothing better, which kind of sucks because the other stuff is neat, but it can't really be used on a high level, at least not as easily. You're slowing down your kill time dramatically in order to use anything other than grief. So it makes literally no sense. If they just said like straight up, we're gonna start buffing melee and we're gonna add new rune words for melee and we're gonna delete grief entirely, I'd be 100% on board with that. That would be so awesome because then you would actually see people playing melee builds instead of like Pit Zerker. What else do you have? Zeal, just the same old boring stuff that, you know, gets used time and time again with grief or dual grief in the barbarian's case. Yeah. So I think before they made the change with Whirlwind, yeah. Yep. I think it was like two-handed weapons were like definitely better. The funny thing is they literally nerf Whirlwind into the ground in LOD because in Classic and even on D2R Classic, when you Whirlwind, it hits them every single frame if you have the attack rating. It literally just hits them like repeatedly. Like you can literally hit a guy as you Whirlwind through him like 70 times. And then in LOD and D2R, you can't do that. I guess they thought that was too overpowered, but it's not because melee is so crap that it would be beautiful if you could do that. I don't even know why. Who cares? You put Mosaic in the game and you want to complain about Whirlwind? Get out of here with that.
Good day.
Yeah, they should. If I was in charge of Diablo 2, that would probably be one of the first things I would do is buff melee, make a new rune word, delete grief entirely so that people are forced to pick other stuff. It's just overpowered. It just is, and nobody's ever going to use anything else except for grief. But that would probably piss people off. Oh, you broke the game because you took the old rune word out of it. Yeah, yeah, whatever. Wasn't a good rune word anyway because that's all you guys want to use. It shouldn't be like that. There should be some, different ways to make builds and have them be as efficient. Or let's say you don't delete grief, but you give, the best parts of grief to a new rune word or something, or to old rune words like Breath of the Dying and Crescent Moon and stuff like that. That would be fine too. Yeah, I forgot about the druid upgrades, but yeah, which is fine. There's nothing wrong with making the druid and the assassin stronger. They were some of the lowest played classes in the game, hands down, easily. Um, but again, that a lot of that has to do with the fact that they have a lot of melee skills that can't really be, excuse me, effectively used. So, what did you think was going to happen? But like by the time they released the assassin and the druid, they had already nerfed melee, or were about to, within a few months. Blizzard has kind of always hated like melee classes. Like World of Warcraft, I remember classic melee builds being really not very much fun to play. So I guess it's not really that surprising that they were kind of that way with Diablo as well, right? The fact that you can't break the magic immunity is really interesting. And I get it. We have to counter the 6 trillion Hammerdens that exist. Understandable.
Good day.
I still see a ton of Hammerden bots on D2R and obviously here. Here is that was because you didn't really have another option that was better. Technically, like if you could make Mosaic Sin work for a bot, I think that might actually be better than a Hammerden in D2R. I'm like pretty certain that it would actually be a better bot than a Hammerden would be. That's true. Yeah, that's true.
Appreciate this thing.
And the Necro is like hardly ever played too. That's another one of those class. Like I would probably put before they boosted the assassin. I would say I would put like assassin and Necro and Druid
Good evening.
like pretty low, and I would exclude whirlwind or not whirlwind, but tornado because I know a lot of people played NATO Druid, still do probably. But anything that uses like melee or just isn't like insta kills when they hit something, nobody wants to play it basically. Makes sense, slows down your kill time, but still kind of lame. The game wasn't really meant to be played that way, but the way that they started putting the rune words and the patches and the balances, they kind of created that monster. So I don't know who they're going to blame except for themselves. Yep, Frenzy has a lot of issues actually, especially on D2R. I'm not sure if Legacy here has those issues, but I was literally like auto attacking with Frenzy by accident yesterday or the day before. It was messing up all the time. Yep. Oh, I do remember what you're talking about with the teleport bug. I forgot all about that actually. Man, that just I mean, we're just proving our own point here that melee needs a massive overwork
I'll put that to good use.
or rework, I mean. Season of the Sin. That's hilarious. I think all the seasons have been Season of the Sin ever since Mosaic came out, right? I mean, pretty much. And what's crazy is they've had multiple patches and multiple resets where they could have changed that or debuffed it a bit, but they're like, nah, it's fine. We'll just leave the most overpowered build ever. And saying that actually means a lot because, Hammerden's pretty OP. Everywhere except for the throne room, the Hammerden does excel, for sure. But the Mosaic Sin does not care where it is. It doesn't care if it's Ubers, it doesn't care if it's the Bale throne room, it doesn't care if it's Diablo. Literally, you just play it exactly the same way. Teleport, like literally just tele right on top of whatever you're attacking and start blasting. Start swinging. I'm not even surprised that it crashes the server, honestly. Like, especially if you had a really high ES to go with, like get the like higher breakpoint, and then it's just activating, all those different strikes at the same time. Not surprising. And don't get me wrong, I like the Mosaic build. I like the Mosaic Assassin. I think it's really cool. It's just that it's obviously overpowered. And in any other situation where the game wasn't basically in dead mode, it probably would have received a patch by now. But because Diablo Resurrected doesn't have 6 million microtransactions, Blizzard doesn't care about it. That's hilarious. Makes sense too. I know back in the day you could do that with, there was like a duping method where you would completely desync from the server, and they had to fix it to where you couldn't desync from the server by using the torches to duplicate items. I had a crap ton of O8 Valks back then that I did that with. I must have had like 80 accounts of O8 Valks back then. Yeah, I don't know why they did that to Drackles, honestly. Like, I get it, you know, life tap is pretty broken, but it might have something to do with crashing the server, like you're saying, too. But that's super lame because life tap is just amazing. Oh, that makes sense. I'll be honest with you, man. I never play hardcore. I might now that I have a stable connection again, but I don't know. It's just the appeal to me is just not there. Like, hey, get good and don't die. If you do, you lose everything. I don't know. It's kind of a bummer. I guess if I had like buddies with me that could grab my stuff, I wouldn't mind. But without that, I'm not certain I'd want that. I know in Diablo 3 I played hardcore basically exclusively because they had a lot of items that could resurrect you. But ironically, Diablo 3's hardcore is actually worse because if you die, your stuff is soulbound, which means you can't trade your items and your buddies can't pick up your items after you die. Unlike Diablo 2, where everybody can use whatever items you have. It was so dumb. I hated that about Diablo 3. Hey, here's this cool item. You can literally never give it to your friend once you put it on. Oh well.
Good to see you.
As 5% proc and need to fix roll 1 to proc. Yeah, yeah. I know. Was it Necro that did the desync? I can't remember. There's like a couple different classes you could do that desyncing trick with the Hellfire Torch when it first came out. I don't remember like the best ones anymore, but let's see what Andy drops here pretty soon. Hopefully she drops some Mage Fists. That would be nice. Frosties. What else could she drop that would be good? No, it doesn't matter because we got chickened anyway. Uh, That's really it, honestly. There's not like a ton of other stuff, I don't think.
Good day.
Good day.
Mage Fist probably be best, considering she's Blizzard slash Orber. Is she Orb or is she Fireball? I think she's Fireball, actually, now I think about it. Let me check that.
Evil beware.
There's going to be no sound for just a second, guys, while I check this. Okay, so I did Blizzard and Fireball with her. So, yeah, Mage Fist would be nice. Ugh. Did not get very good sleep last night. Yeah. Soloplay's a little better than Sonic, but hey, Sonic was great while we had it. I probably wouldn't even bother with Sonic anymore. I don't even think I've used it since I did the video way back in the day. Years ago now, probably. I do miss D2 Atoll, though. I really like that community. And a lot of the people from that community did move over to Colbot, but still. The Atoll community was pretty neat. Like, basically, I got my start with them because I started making the instructional videos, and they were like, hey, you should come be a mod or whatever they called them, over there. And I was like, oh, okay. Sweet. They're great guys. I miss those days. I don't know what happened to all of them. I think everybody, Ethic and everybody else, just disappeared. So, because Blizzard finally patched it. It's so crazy that that got patched after like 20 something years or whatever. It literally blows my mind. Yep. Yeah, Coolbot is actually better now than it was before he took over. Um, I think at least. He's been putting in a lot of effort and work. You can tell that he's like a huge fan of this game. Love that guy. It's funny because people will tell me like, "Oh, you must hate the game. That's why you bought because you don't know anything about it." It's like not really. That's not exactly why I bought, and it also doesn't mean I don't know anything. Oh man, when they caught on to Redvex, that was a sad day. And here's the thing: most people used it for like PK mods. I really never did. You know what I used it for was putting sockets into classic items like uniques because you don't have a socket quest and there's no way to socket uniques in classic. So you could go get a Silks of Victor and put a socket in it. You could go get um, what was it, the Ward Shield, put a socket in it, put a P diamond in there. Now you have like max resistances so much easier. Um, Silks of Victor, you could put a P diamond in there also, or you could do Topaz. You could do a Skull if you wanted to get like better recovery, like on your mana. Yeah, it was fantastic. It was really cool. It was one of the like obscure ones too. I don't even remember how I found out about that. I must have been trolling one of the like hack websites back in the day, and they must have had a guide about it. But you would go to like the Forgotten Sands where the Ubers were, and basically you would just immediately go back to town, and you would be in Act 5 on Classic. So basically, it was just like a way to get you into Act 5 on Classic, which didn't exist, obviously. And then you just go to Larzik and you can get the socket quest. I don't remember if you had to kill um, Shank first. You might have. I don't remember anymore. But yeah, you could get the socket quest, so it was pretty sweet. For Classic, that was a big deal because you don't get all these crazy rune words and upgrades in Classic, so getting an extra slot into a unique armor or shield is a big deal. Yeah, the hybrids are pretty interesting. I actually never made one. I never had any kind of ability to make them back then. I didn't have the rune words to make it. But yeah, they're really neat. The hybrids are really cool. You know, it's funny. Blizzard should have just made hybrids in the game after they saw them doing that. They should have just made those like in-game items. I mean, you put Enigma in the game. What's the difference between Enigma and like I don't know, Faith of Ice or something? You know what I mean? Like, there's not a huge difference. And people would have loved to do that. You know, like make it hard to get, make it difficult to create a hybrid item. People would have been all over that. They'd still be all over that if that was a thing. Oh yeah, yeah. And remember, that's $500 years ago, before all this inflation hit us. So that's significantly more money now. And rune words are a lot harder to get a hold of too. You know, you didn't just have everybody with like every rune word known to man on them back then. You did, but it was only certain people. There was a lot more like normal players that didn't have the super high end upgrades back then.
Greetings.
I've still never owned a hybrid, actually. Like never. I think I've seen them in the game, but I've never actually had one. I had a lot of '08 items though. I had a lot of dupes. I had a couple legit ones back in the day. Unfortunately, you know, I let those go over the years, just like everybody else, I'm sure. But yeah, they should have totally. They still could put hybrids in the game if they wanted to. They won't, but they should. It would be really neat. Give you like another thing to strive for, not just the plain rune words, but now you've got, you know, like say a rune word has like a percentage chance to roll enhanced damage, and then you combine it to make two of them, and now there's multiple stats that can roll. People will go after that for eternity. As far as I know, I don't think anybody's ever found a perfect eth. What is it? The Reaper Stole. I don't think anybody's ever found a perfect version of that, like a perfect in every stat that rolls. I've never seen one. That's interesting. So once you hit level 95, you can use teleport regardless, but you have to use a skill point to get to it. Hmm. Or just you just get it. Interesting. I mean, Enigma is not just teleport. You know, the run walk speed and the magic find is also really good, plus 2 to skills. Like, the entire armor is just completely ridiculous. It's insanely good. So I think people might actually still use it, especially, you know, until level 95, and then you might be able to switch off. Because it'd be really nice to use, like, Chains of Honor and have teleport still as, like, a different class, or like a Fortitude. Like on a Barbarian, especially. Oh man, that'd be so sweet. Have a Fortitude on, get that extra damage, and you still have teleport. Oh yeah. They're never going to do that though, because, you know, they're never going to buff melee probably. They should. Would literally benefit everybody if they did. I think we mentioned that like on a different stream, and somebody wasn't believing us that we were telling them that the perfect Eth Toll Reaver has never been found, or Reaper's Toll, I mean, has never been found, or at least if it has, nobody ever told anybody. Implementing it on a helmet is interesting. Yeah, maybe.
The Order welcomes you.
It would also be cool to have like transmogs for like rune words, especially because the worst part about rune words is they just look so basic. So it'd be nice if you could like change the color to like a color scheme that you like. You want to have an all purple character like Talraja's. Cool, you can do that. You want to be all green or all white or whatever, neat. You could do that. They don't want to do that though because then the white 5 BOs and 5 NATOs won't be worth anything anymore. No one will care. Actually, I would agree with Tyrael having teleport on it. Tyrael's armor needs like way more stats. Tyrael's armor is the hardest armor in the game to find by far. Not even it's the hardest item to find, I think. Like at least one of the hardest items. I've never found one. Legitimately, I've never found one. Botting, I've found like probably 5, but playing the actual game, I've never ever seen one. And it should be buffed. It's Tyrael's armor. It's literally an angel's armor. That should be the in-game like holy grail armor that you should want to be able to find. You're totally right about that. Plus, like a lot of uniques need some buffs. Like obviously Shaco is already amazing, but there's plenty of other uniques you could buff to make them actually viable. I'm not sure what you mean by like horking redeeming. Not sure what you mean. I'm missing something here. Oh, you mean like the redemption aura? Or am I wait, no, that's not it. I don't know.
This
No.
place chills me to the bone.
Come on, Andy. Drop us some mage fists. Drop us a frosty. Drop us some faster run walk boots while you're at it. Oh, that's what it is. You're absolutely right. It makes slain monsters rest. Yep, you're right. Yep. I mean, I guess it kind of makes sense, like the theme they were going with. I just never really thought about it. Plus, it looks so cool. Like that dark blue armor just looks so freaking neat. And that's why I think you should be able to transmog, even though they'll never do it. And you can make it where it's transmog only for rune words too. That would be fair. I just think it's so boring that you can't have like everybody looks all the same. They just have like the crappy silverish gray colored armors and stuff. I don't know. I don't like it. Let me customize that bad boy. It's funny too, because like Blizzard always acts like they can't undo changes they make too. It's like you could just roll back the patch if it's crap and nobody likes it, and you could experiment with it a little bit. A lot of other games do that. The ability to change the the coverage of the armor would be cool too. Yeah, like the full plate mail versus the light plate versus the studded versus the quilted or whatever. Yeah, for sure. I always like enjoyed the larger armors like the full plate mail and shadow plate and whatever the exceptional one is, ancient armor, stuff like that. I always thought those look cooler. And like they have huge downsides to them. You run slower, they have way higher strength requirements. But in terms of the way the characters looked, I always liked it better. Nobody ever uses them though because they have so many downsides. So they kind of just like honestly, you could remove them from the game and nobody would even care probably. I mean, some people would for like certain high-end defense builds and stuff, but that's it, and that's a very small group of people too. Yeah, the Aki is interesting. The teleport when struck is kind of annoying. It's not that bad, honestly. I don't really mind. Would I want it on there if I had the choice? No. But can I use it anyway? Totally. Most of the time, it's not that big a deal. For me, at least. I know it annoys the crap out of like most people. But considering how much magic find you get, plus 3 skills, faster cast rate, etc., that thing is insane. It's literally one of the best uniques there is. Like Estuda's is great and all for damage, but in terms of like all around benefits, it's not better. You know, if you're just magic finding and whatnot, it's definitely not better. Ooh, regen mana 15% would be clutch. Oh man. Regen mana on an Aki? I mean, it's already good. You put that on there and get rid of the random teleport chance? Man, that's pretty high up there. Eth Grandfather and Storm Shield would be really cool. There's some other stuff that's indestructible that can't spawn Eth, like Tyrael's too. Make Tyrael's Eth too. Tyrael's Eth makes way more sense than any of the other ones anyway. It's an angel's armor. It probably should be ethereal based on the fact that it's an angel's armor. Um, take knockback. Or did they do that already? They might have already done that. Did they take knockback off of Bulkathos set? I don't remember. Bulkathos set needs a massive upgrade. It needs to be completely reworked and made viable because right now it's crap. Literally, no one uses it because it's crap. I'm not sure why they decided to make things that are indestructible not spawn Eth. Because, like, who cares? You know, I get that there's like a slight defense bonus or damage bonus, but like, so what? You know, then you add the rune words into the game. Now that stuff is garbage anyway. I think you can use Bulkathos now, but it's not even close to end game. It needs to, like, pretty much all the sets need to be buffed, I think. Basically everything except for rune words needs to be buffed, let's be honest. Bring back patch 1.08 rares, which could spawn insanely good stats. Bring back, well, not necessarily bring back, but like, well, no, I take that back. Bring back the '08 uniques. Imagine, okay, listen. Imagine how cool it would be if you could drop a modern unique, but you could also drop a retro 1.08 patch unique as well. So you can get the Valkyrie helm, the current one, and then you could also drop a .08 Valkyrie helm too. That right there, I would love to do that. And people wouldn't even know what those are. People didn't even play the game back then, a lot of these newer players. So they don't even know those items exist. And then imagine they get like that weird one where it's a 1.08 version. They're like, whoa, what is this, bro? This is really cool. It's different. It's weird. It's odd. Yeah, exactly. It would give people a whole new reason to start magic fighting again. Storm Shield used to be an Aegis and not a um, Monarch. Constricting ring. Yep. That I don't even know why that was ever not a thing. I should have always been in the game. Yep. Bring back the constricting ring. Bring back '08 items. In fact, out of everything we've talked about tonight, that's probably the first thing they should do.
Good evening. I'll put that to good use.
Bringing back the '08 items would be like playing a different game, honestly. They have the constricting ring in the code, but I don't think it ever existed. If I'm thinking of the one that you're talking about, I don't think it actually was in the game, but it was in the code. That's how we know about it, so we can see it. You can obviously, hero edit it in or whatever. And like the funny part is like it's all their proprietary items they had in the game before. So all you're doing is you're just adding things that were in the game at one point back into the game. And they can't even make the argument that those items are overpowered like they originally did because they released the damn rune words. It's like, dude, the rune words are still better than most '08 items anyway. It would just be a cool thing to find when you're magic finding. '08 Ariots is really cool. '08 Shaco is really cool. '08 Bulkathos, '08 Gore Riders. Like, there's so many good '08 items that would just be really. Man, I would probably. I'd probably play the crap out of this game if they did that. Like, that'd probably get me back on like 2004 levels of excitement, honestly. Yeah, yeah. And plus, like, I never really understood their argument because they're like, "Oh, it'll mess up the balance of the game." It's like, dude, you released teleport on an armor. You released grief that broke every single melee weapon in the game. You purposely broke the game anyway with rune words. I'm not really certain how an '08 Valk helm is going to make the game somehow different. Like that argument doesn't hold any water with me. It made melee godly, but it also like made it to where it was the only thing anybody was ever going to use except for what, like an offhand beast and maybe a last wish in certain circumstances, and that's super lame. It basically did the same thing that Enigma did, which is dominate an entire slot for multiple builds. I don't know. I don't. I don't think it was a good idea. Like it's awesome and it's great, and I'm glad we have it because melee is such crap. But at the same time, it kind of made things worse overall for selection. I didn't get to see what she got there. No, no mage fist. Rip. Looks like it was all crap.
The evil queen has
Yeah,
fallen.
nobody uses destruction. Literally nobody. I mean, I don't even think I've even seen a destruction before. 100%. I know I've never made one. Why would I? There's no point. It's completely useless.
I know. Good day.
How do I know? Greetings. I bet you. Who goes there? I'll put that to good use.
I mean, I just figured I would never even use it. I never even looked into it. I probably should have, just to see what it was like, but I basically knew that grief was like the end all be all. I never even cared. Yeah, and Whirlwind is like dual griefs. You know, like there's virtually nothing you can put in the second slot that would be better for Whirlwind than another grief because you don't really need Beast because you're whirling. So I don't know. I just wish there was like another option besides grief that you could slot in there that would be really cool. Yeah, yeah, dual botted. E-botted, man, that was where it was at. I loved the e-botted Colossus sword. That was my jam. Love that thing. I still really like it because it's so nostalgic. It's not really that good, you know, versus Grief, but it's still really cool. The AoE is actually pretty good, yeah. I mean, honestly, let's be real here. They could just buff it and make it just as good, if not better, than Grief. And then you would have options. You know, you could run like botted and Grief. And honestly, they should probably switch it back to where both hands contribute to your ES anyway. Who cares? Like, at this point, any buff to melee would be perfectly fine. Nobody's going to care. It's not going to disturb the balance of the game. It's not going to do anything. It's just going to make melee more viable, which right now, technically it's viable, but it's not good. The time to kill is way lower than like any of the top end casters by like a huge margin.
Greetings.
Welcome to my shop.
FOH is like viable in any difficulty, so it makes sense. You know, if you run Conviction, then FOH, you can literally kill anything, so makes sense. And then Mosaic is a really cheap rune word. I will say this, at least with Enigma and Infinity, Chains of Honor, stuff like that, you had to have at least one high rune or multiple high runes in order to build it. Whereas Mosaic is like, hey, you got a Gull and a Maul rune? You can make a Mosaic, yay! And those runes are super easy to find. Yeah, bad decision. I mean, yes and no.
Good day.
To get to like players 8, um, you know, to be able to do effectively players 8, probably. And not just that, but you're going to need other, you know, equipment too. But I don't know. It's still pretty dang busted, even with like no skills. You can still rip through them fairly easily if you have other good equipment on. But yeah, considering that most other classes, um, well, I don't even know if I can say that. Yes and no. Goal and Maul are just not that hard to get. Zod and Cham get no love, and they're the two highest runes in the game. Make that crap make sense. They probably should have made Burr and Jaw be the two highest, or switch out the stats, like move indestructible to like Burr or Jaw, and remove cannot be frozen to Burr or Jaw, and then switch that with Zod and Cham to be the stats for Burr and Jaw, because that probably would have been smarter, because those are way harder to find. It would have cut down on people being able to build Enigma quite a bit, actually. Even with a bot, I don't find a ton of Champs and Zods.
Greetings.
Good day.
They could fix Enigma by not making it so good, not having it have skills, not having it have magic find, not having it have faster run walk. Like, there's no downside to Enigma really, which is why it's so popular. Make it not as good. Because Blizzard's logic doesn't even make sense. They're like, oh, if we do this, it'll mess up the balance of the game. It's like, sure, but then you gave every class teleport, so then you broke the game anyway. What are you talking about? Like, if you were worried about that, you'd think you would have thought about that before you implemented teleport to literally every class. Revoking teleport is probably the best idea. CTA is a pretty big deal too. Um, I personally think it's a lot less of a problem than the teleport on Enigma is, but it definitely is pretty dang good. Like, if you have all plus skills gear on, you don't even really need a barb after that. You know, if you roll like a 6/6 CTA and then you have like all plus skills gear on, you're still casting like a level 20, 30 battle orders and whatever the other one is. Excuse me. Anyway, so yeah, it makes the barb useless. They made multiple characters useless by implementing Enigma, implementing Call to Arms with battle orders and battle command and all that.
There's no trouble a mug can't cure.
Hello. I'll put that to good use.
It's funny though, because like the game is so old now, I doubt they'll ever change. And plus, people are so used to being able to teleport, they'd be pissed if you took it away. They'd be super angry. Where's my teleport? I can't play this game without teleport. This game sucks without teleport. Oh my god. Just remove teleport from all characters, including the sorceress. Ooh boy, people would be so freaking mad. Be hilarious to watch though. Yeah, a lot of people do play privately. So I get it. Like I understand like I sort not really. I sort of understand what they were doing, what they were trying to accomplish, but at the same time you just made everything so much worse by doing it. Imagine if bots had to run instead of teleport. Yeah, they'd still find more items than you. They'd still be more efficient than you. It'd still take way,
What a
way
mischievous monster.
longer. I noticed that on D2R, and I guess Legacy Diablo 2 also does it. When like the ladder resets, nobody wants to make public Diablo or Bale games, which is really interesting because it's like basically them being greedy. They don't want to make a public game because you might steal their high rune or you might, I don't know, find something they want to go sell on GSP or whatever. You're right. Let's just get rid of Vigor and Charge too.
There's no trouble a mug can't cure.
Good evening.
Even with Vigor and Charge, it would still take forever. Probably, yeah. A lot of times that's the case. You know, they don't want to share the. It's not just that they're all bots. It's also just because, like I said, they don't want to share the loot. Even if it's just like one guy and he's only running one bot, he still doesn't want anybody in there because he might find that high rune. But yeah, you're probably right. It is probably people running 8 at once. I mean, that's what we do with this, so I don't see why they wouldn't do it for Resurrected too. It's a lot more expensive, obviously.
Good evening.
Hello.
JSP is really weird because some people really like it, some people hate it, some people view it as cheating. The thing is like trading in this game is pretty dead a lot of times. So for me, I would rather just deal with it there. Plus, if you find like, for example, if you find a 5 NATO white helmet with life, faster hit recovery, and like perfect stat rolls, there's nothing in game they could offer you that would be worth the trade. There's just nothing. You know, you're better off to take the forum gold because then you can actually extract the actual value out of it. Damn, that's crazy. 64 bots is insane. I mean, I could do that with Legacy, obviously, but with DTR, that's kind of crazy. I mean, I don't have that kind of money to make that many rigs. I mean, 64 bots is like, that's a ton of money you got invested into those bots and just the purchase of the game itself. I mean, even if you only paid like $5 to $10 per copy, that's still a lot. Yeah, I mean, like, that's still hundreds of dollars. I mean, I guess, if you're just rolling in the dough, go for it. But that will not be me. I'm more than happy to just do like maybe 1 to 8 bots and that's it. I don't really care about running like 80 computers or like a server or something. And I don't really trade with anybody. I do give stuff away, but I don't really trade with anyone.
It is an honor to serve you.
Plus, you can do more than that too if you just run proxies. If you're limited by your ISP the way that they limit it now, it doesn't even matter. Go pay for a $2 proxy and bam, there you go. There's another 32 or 64. I'm sure somewhere in China they probably have like a massive bot farm for both DCR and this game. Would not surprise me. They kind of always did to a certain extent. I get a lot of comments and stuff with people saying like, "Oh, you ruined the game and you ruined the economy and stuff," and I'm just thinking it's not me ruining it. I mean, yeah, I'm sure people that bought probably are doing that, but it's not me. I don't do any of that crap. Like their perception of botting is basically like the crazy guys that have tons of bots and not like the average bot user, which is not going to be somebody that has the money or the resources to do that. They always see it as that though. They always see it as like, you're going to run like 700, 800, 1,000 at a time. It's like, nah, that's a lot of work. To maintain all that crap is a lot of work. Well, it would still prosper. It just take a lot longer. The economy would last a lot longer, which is nice. It wouldn't be like one day before prices drop off a cliff, basically. You'd get probably about 2 or 3 months worth of good economy on JSP and trading for that matter. In-game trading would probably go up too because there would be less people that had good items. So, okay. Not really sure what's going on with Diablo 2 here. Connexion interruption. I think we crashed. Yep. I'm going to let that sit for just a minute. Not sure why it crashed, so hopefully it recovers. If not, I'll probably just end the stream there if I get DC'd or temp banned. But hopefully it just crashed. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I'm hoping it's not a realm down. I don't think so, because she was like in the middle of a run, so seems unlikely it would be that. But that stranger things have happened, that's for sure. A little over a minute to restart it, so I'm just gonna let it sit. Hopefully, it's not all messed up. It's really not that big a deal either way, honestly. This is more for the stream and chit chatting with you guys for more than anything. And I can always play her manually too. It's not like the sorceress is hard to play. $35. Yeah. And I tell people, like, they always ask me, like, how long should my games be? Well, there's no real definitive answer, but the longer the better, because there's almost a 0% chance you're going to get realm down if you do longer games. So it's it just is better. You know, do cows, do all your bosses, do Shank, do Thresh, do the Abaddon or whatever it's called. Do like all those little like side stuff. Yep, that's how I used to do mine too. I'd have them go off and do like random crap. Doesn't look like a realm down so far. If she can't make a game, it is. So we'll see. Nope, we're good. No problem at all. Must have been like some kind of error in the code that it couldn't figure out or something. I'm sure I could go look at the log. I just don't really care, honestly. And we'll get a different map now, so it shouldn't do it again unless we get the exact same seed as last time. But I don't think that's likely.
Good day.
The most fun thing with the bots is to like get them to where they're very synchronized, to get them to where they all work exactly the way you want them to. You know, people like are always asking about that, like, oh, you know, this character reaches to this place at a different time, and they want you to do it for them basically. And it's like, well, they can't really do that. You know, each character is different, and each character you've made is different, so you're going to have to kind of figure it out as you go. It takes a little bit of like trial and error to get it just right. I like that personally because then it feels very custom to like me personally. Oh, definitely, yeah. Especially if they like meet an immune, or if they like get stuck gambling or whatever, depending on your settings. Absolutely. Yep, we've all been through that. I don't know, I enjoy that kind of stuff. I enjoy like setting it up and testing it and what works, what doesn't work. Where should this character go based on what skills they have and how fast can they do it so they can meet up in Bale and Diablo. When I use Horde, I use like 3 or 4 Sorceress, Barbarian, Druid. Um, I usually don't use Necro at all. Necro just doesn't really offer any benefits, honestly. I guess you could run Necro for like lower resist or decrep, but they just can't really kill anything. And the rest are just paladins. So you get your battle orders, you got your teleporters, you got your damage with your paladins, and you got your barb. So yeah, I don't know. It's cool to set up like an entire horde group like that. I didn't feel like doing that for this particular reset, but yeah, it's a known issue. Um, Even if you're not botting, you can get connection interruption with Whirlwind for some reason. I don't know exactly what that is, but I do encounter it occasionally. Typically for um, Colbot specifically, I usually try to roll with either concentration or berserk instead because of that, just to like eliminate unnecessary crashes. Like it's probably fine 90% of the time, but I don't really want to deal with a realm down for like 3 months or whatever. I had a really bad realm down. I had like almost like a 6 month realm down somehow. I've never seen one that long ever. And for some reason, I had one when I was running my bots. Like you could you could log in. It wouldn't stop you from logging in, but if you tried to create or join a game, it would just freeze. It was acting like the character was in the game still somewhere, and it was like the server didn't know that that character wasn't still in the game, and so it wouldn't let you join the game again. It was crazy. Yeah, Bash works, concentration, Berserk works pretty good. We already talked about Frenzy and the issues with that, so that's kind of eh.
Welcome back, my friend. We're still clearing them
Which
out.
is unfortunate because Frenzy is like really good. You know, speeding up your attack speed, especially as melee, is huge. So kind of stinks that it's like that, but what are you gonna do? Yep, that's why I pay proxyfish.com. Not sponsored, but they sell proxies for $2, so $2 a month. Um, I use those for realm downs, and if I want to run 8 characters on in a game, I'll run 4 on one IP, like my home IP, and then 4 on the proxy, just to keep it so that I'm not getting so many games with just one setup. Technically, you can do 8, and you can get away with it with fairly short games, but I don't know. $2 a month is virtually nothing, so it's like I'll just do that instead because I only need to buy one proxy, and then I can run 4 characters off of it. That's fine with me for $2 a month. That's not a big deal. The speeds are not amazing. If I try to stream while I'm using that proxy, it doesn't work too great. So I wouldn't say it's good for that, but it doesn't seem to get lag in terms of in-game lag too much. It is pretty far away from me though. If I could get botting to work on Raspberry Pi, I would. I was never able to figure out a way to do it. Supposedly there is a way, but I've never found like a guide or anybody who's actually telling me how to do it. They're like, "Oh, just figure it out yourself." I'm not going to do that. You know, I'm not that proficient with Linux. Yeah, I can't do that. I mean, maybe I could, but I'm not going to invest that kind of time to do it. I did do it on the Atomic Pi, which was an x86 SBC single board computer like the Raspberry Pi, but it only had 2 gigs of RAM, so it was kind of meh. And then the mini PC I have now, is it in here? No, it's not in here. That baby is perfect. That's got an N100, 16 gigs of DDR5 RAM with an SSD, and that thing flies. It runs great. Now, it was $200, so it wasn't cheap, but it's also like a really, really good platform for botting specifically. Yep, NUCs were great. Those Wise computers, like we were talking about, any like small form factor, low power computer, you don't need hardly any graphics because this thing ran on 32 megabytes of video RAM anyway back in the day. So you need virtually no video to run it well. But those mini PCs will just keep coming down in price as they get older and phased out for like the newer ones. So eventually they'll get cheaper. Unfortunately, they're all Chinese made with like Chinese BIOS, and you get like a lot of weird issues trying to update if you can even update at all, which usually you can't. Yep, those ones. Yep, the pizza box style from Dell. Yep, those are the ones. And they had like small form factor ones too. I swear I've got one in here somewhere. But anyway, like they're not as small, but they're like still pretty, pretty tiny. And nowadays I just like to run like really low power stuff if I can. My PC is just a power drinker, so if I got to run a second PC, I really don't want it to be a full size desktop if I don't have to. If I wasn't paying for electricity, I wouldn't care, but unfortunately I am. Yeah, 16 gigabyte dual core. That's really all you need. You don't really need much more than that. When I first started this channel in specific, I was running on a Pentium D, I think, with like 8 gigs of RAM, built-in graphics, and I was still able to bot and stream to YouTube in 1080p with that. So like this game needs literally nothing to run well. Even like streaming was still possible with like that old Pentium D. And I just found that at a thrift shop. It was like an old HP or Dell, I can't remember. And yeah, ran fine. You couldn't do like 8 bots on it at once though. And it wasn't low power. And it takes up a lot of space and makes a lot of heat. So yeah, just the small form factor, low power, low heat, way better. Although this time of year, I don't mind the high heat because it's cold. You want to pump out a bunch of heat, that's fine by me. But in the summertime, that's nah. Yep, that sounds right. And even like 256 megabytes of RAM was probably a lot. That was probably more than you needed. I don't even know if it needed that much. If I remember correctly, it needed either 64 or 128, if that. And a Pentium 2 it ran it perfectly without lag, no problem. Pentium 2 233, I think we said earlier, it ran that fine. Probably still does. Like if you were able to load it up on one of those old PCs, it would probably still load up just fine. Yeah, the especially for botting it, it pretty much just uses that one core. It doesn't really use multi-threading at all. Even games still don't really utilize multi-threading as much. Like they're doing it more and more, but there's still a huge swath of games that don't use multi-threading. Like they do, but they don't use it like as much as they could use it and push that workload off of that main core. Hmm. Yeah,
Good day.
yeah. Even with what game was it that I ran into that with? I had a 2080, and I liked that card. I thought it was good. It ran everything I wanted. But I did run into the issue of not having enough VRAM to do what I wanted once. I think it was with Resident Evil 2 again. I think like if I wanted some of the settings maxed out, I needed 12 gigabytes of VRAM in order to accomplish that. I was like, man, that sucks. I don't know how much the 3070 has. I think it only has 8 as well. I think the 2080 Ti had 12, and I think the 3070 only has 8 still. That new Intel card looks interesting. It was like basically it's like a better 4060, like a low budget option. I think it was like what, $200, $300, that brand new Intel one. I might actually try that out honestly at some point. My dad could use an upgrade, and if that thing's like cheap like that, I mean that'd be perfect for him basically. I just don't know what the driver support is like. I haven't really looked into it yet. Yeah, 16 gigabyte arc. Yeah, I don't know the numbers. I'm not familiar with it, but it looked fantastic on paper. For what you're getting for price wise is what I mean. Like a low end card that's still capable of, playing games on lower settings. Probably like a 1080p card, I would say, which my dad plays on a giant 70-inch 1080p TV anyway. So as far as he's concerned, he doesn't care. Perfect for him, basically. He's running an old RX 480 right now, or maybe it's a 580, but they're not that different, and it still plays everything he wants. So Oh, for sure. Yeah. I don't know like Intel's support options, and I don't know, if we're gonna get like long-term driver updates like Nvidia does. If they do and they support the cards and they make sure that they keep working for like years on end, that'll be fine. I will see no reason not to buy them. That's the only reason I haven't bought one yet, basically, is I just don't know. And I hate to get it for him and then, 2 years from now there's just no support for it at all. Yeah, that's all he's playing. He's just playing on like a 60 hertz 1080p TV, like a really old one from, holy crap, it's super old. It's from like 2010, 2011, 2012, maybe at the latest. It was $1,000 TV at Walmart back then, and I bought it for. It was the first TV my girlfriend and I bought together, and then when I basically started playing on my PC on monitors, I let him have that. I was like, I'm just gonna use monitors anyway, so you can have this big old TV. I got to be pretty close to the monitors because I'm blind in my right eye, and my left eye I have very bad vision, so the monitors are just way easier for me. That's why you'll see me like turn my head a lot because I literally can't see over there at all. He just plays old games like he plays Civ 5, Civilization 5, that is. He plays World of Warships, which I think that might actually be one of the reasons I have to upgrade him. I think that game's getting to the point where it won't run that card very well. Um, what else does he run? Hardly anything, actually. Panzer Core, which could be ran on like a toaster. And that's about it, really. He doesn't really run much else.
Allow me to advise you.
Just like a few games, and then he uses Xbox for whatever else. I gave him a Series X, not a Series X, Xbox One X. He uses that for like Skyrim and whatever else he's playing on there. Yep, yep. I really do like D2R. I mean, I think it's a fantastic remaster. They did a really good job on it. I know people like say that this version is better or that version is better. They're both good in their own way. Just depends on what you like better. You want to play Mosaic? Well, you're stuck with D2R. It's just what it is. I think I got like a 970 somewhere. I know a 970 is like pretty close to a 580 RX 580. So if that ever goes out on him, I could probably swap to that. I got a 1060 somewhere too, but the 1060 doesn't like the 1060 was never really that good. I think I found that in a computer on the side of the road. It was like a 1060 with like a i7 4770K or something. It was literally just sitting on the side of the road when I was doing deliveries. I was like, okay, guess I'm taking this. Had a hard drive and everything. Hilarious. Yeah, I mean, you never really can make it exactly like Legacy. It is true. Let's be honest though, like before they added all this stuff to the game in D2R, it was pretty close. Like they did a pretty good job. At least the feel of the game was like pretty spot on. I think most people just want to play the same exact game they remember, which doesn't really make sense. You know, that's great and everything, but we have the original for that. D2R should be whatever they think is best. Fix some stuff, hopefully, but yeah. It's so old now, I doubt we'll ever get any fixes for anything else. Anything that's older than like a year old when the new game comes out is complete garbage to Blizzard, so Two 1070s, nice. Now the 1070 was significantly better. In fact, anything with a 70 on it is like the 1070, 2070, 3070, 4070. Those are like the good, like, I don't know if I want to say mid grade, but like mid to high end grade, especially the TIs. They're plenty good enough for most people. People that get like 48, like, well, I don't know, like the 2080s, 3080s, and 4080s, I don't mind those, but when somebody gets a 4090, it's like, what do you need that for exactly? Like, I get it. You want the highest performance you can get. And if you're using it, then absolutely. But if you're not like utilizing it, it's better to just get like an 80 or a 70 Ti. Oh man, a week after buying those, you saw that the 1080 came out. Man, that's rough. The 1080 Ti was the OG. Like that was even today, the 1080 can still run quite a bit. Like the 1080 Ti, I mean, I was surprised I saw like a YouTube video about that where they were talking about how, obviously you don't have ray tracing and it does show its age in certain games, but I mean, he was still getting like 70 to 100 frames in like most games or higher. I think like Doom, he was getting like 400 frames or something. So, depending on what you play, it's still a beast. You can get a Titan X now for like 200 or 300 bucks too, which, those are really expensive. Ah, yep, that makes sense. Does it give you like compatibility issues with the 4090, like when you try to run certain games? I've never even seen a 4090, so I probably never will unless it's like 300 bucks used somewhere. And even then, I may not get it. I'd be afraid. I'd probably be happy with like a 4080 Ti, honestly, or whatever the 5 series is going to be. At this point, I'd probably just wait for that. Hmm. Yeah. So does like the 4090 get like real super hot? I know like a few 4090s were like burning out their power connectors for sure. I don't know how widespread that was, but I definitely saw pictures. Oh, I mean, technically, like that is a lot, but at the same time, it's also super high end. So if you're streaming, especially, like the higher end cards are 100% worth getting, in my opinion. But if you're just playing like with your buddies and you're not streaming or anything, you probably don't need it. Honestly, you don't even need the 4090 for streaming either, unless you're streaming like 500 FPS, 4K or something. Holy smokes. I mean, 70 ain't that hot. 70 is like normal op temperature for most stuff. I mean, you might be able to get it down to like 65 ish, but most of the cards I've ran are like 65, 70. Some of those cards are also like really loud, obviously, when the fan kicks up, which is unpleasant, but still. It's when you start getting into like the 80s and 85 that you gotta start worrying. But yeah, I definitely saw those connectors getting melted on somebody's 4090 on Reddit or something. I was like, ooh boy, I'm so glad that's not mine. Whatever brand that is, or, well, I mean, you don't even know because it could be the power supply, it could be the connectors, it could be a lot of stuff. Dang, 92. Ooh, that's up there. I mean, 92 is pretty dang hot. I mean, if it ran and it didn't give you any like blue screen issues, then whatever. But I'd be scared to have it running that hot, probably. I'd be really worried. Like, I don't even know. Let me check what mine's at right now. For this game, it's running at like 50C, 49C. 48. So like 48 to 50C at around 60% GPU. So, but I mean, DTR is not really demanding. So, I mean, it is, but only if you crank everything. I bet. The thing is like when you're blowing out that much heat, you know, if you're in a small room, like I have a small room, you blow that heat out into this room, it's going to be real hot real quick. I hope you got a good air conditioner, you got the window open or something, because yeah, it's gonna be really unfun. Even with my 3070, like if I run like something high end or like a game at higher settings, it'll still get really toasty in here with just that. And normally it's like 60 degrees in here, 65 tops. And if I do that, it'll go all the way up to like 75 degrees easily. Comfortable for me is like 65 to 68 degrees. I don't really like anything hotter than that. I grew up in a desert where everybody kept their air conditioner at 80 degrees Fahrenheit, and that is really toasty. That's super toasty. I did not like it. It was so expensive though to run your air conditioner at like, 65, 70 degrees Fahrenheit that nobody really ran it like that because it would cost you like 500 bucks a month to run it like that. It was pretty funny. One year I was watching the news, speaking of like, being hot down there versus where I live now. And there was some news lady who came up here to where I live, and it wasn't even a cold day. It was like maybe like, I don't know, 50 degrees outside, Fahrenheit, of course. I don't know what that translates to in Celsius. Anyway, she was like, she had like a freaking parka on. She was acting like it was, Antarctica or something. I'm looking at her like, I got shorts and a short sleeve shirt on, sandals. What are you talking about? 12900K. That's a nice one. I have never owned an i9 ever. You need a better graphics card, my friend. You need to get that upgrade. 32 gigs of RAM is perfect. That's what I have in mind. Um, Even with like a million tabs open, I never run into memory issues. I think the highest I've ever seen my memory go up to is like 18 gigs on my RAM being used. So, depending on what you're doing, probably. I don't really see a reason to go 64, honestly. At least not yet. We'll see. I'd rather get more memory on my graphics card than I would on my like actual RAM. Probably stick with 32 like you. Oh, nice. Oh, I see. I see you have two. Okay, I was thinking you only had the one. Yeah, 4090 with that processor and 64 gigs of RAM. That makes sense. I guess if I had the money, I probably wouldn't care. I'd probably just do it anyway. Rip. Mr. Summoner got us. Well, almost got us. I'm not really sure like if I would ever even need more than 32 gigs of RAM with the current games and stuff that I play because I don't really play any competitive games or anything. So I don't play COD. I don't play like any of that kind of stuff. I mean, £200 that's a good price, honestly. Definitely worth it at that point Because like if it was that, it's not that cheap here. If it was, well, maybe it is now. I don't know. I haven't checked Amazon, but yeah, if it was that cheap and I could find a board that wasn't like $600, I would. I'd probably just upgrade and then hand me down this one to my son or my girlfriend or something. Let them have it. Be a massive upgrade for them. Oh yeah, I still need to play Resident Evil Village. I bought it for the PS5. But I never got a chance to play it yet. Looks good, and I am a huge Resident Evil fan, so I've been slacking on catching up to the two new ones. I haven't played Village. I did play four, but I didn't play like I think I just played to the end of the Village. I didn't get past anything beyond that, so eventually I'll get caught up. Now that I'm in like a good spot in my life again, I think I can catch up and start playing some good stuff again. It was pretty rocky there for a few years, so thankfully back on track. Oh yeah, if you play that, you let me know how that goes. I saw that they had it, but I haven't actually played it. And another one I want to play is the Thing remake or remaster. I'm not sure which. Yeah, buddy, I'm gonna play that. I love that for the PS2. That was the very first PS2 game I ever bought. Was the Thing, and I liked that game. I remember when it came about back then, people were like, "Ooh, this game sucks. It's cheesy." I was like, "Yeah, that's why I like it."
Good day.
I really like survival horror games though. Silent Hill, Resident Evil, even like super old PS1 games like Kadelka, which is a game most people don't even know exists. That was a freaking sweet game. So glad I still have that game on PS1 because it's like $500 now. That was one of the few games back then that I saw was coming out. I knew I wasn't going to get a PS2, and it actually got released like right after the PS2, but it was a PS1 game and I really wanted it. I think I like had to con my mom out of getting it for me. But yeah, it was a great game. So glad I still have it. For the longest time, it was like 50 bucks, 100 bucks, which is still a lot, but it's an RPG, survival horror RPG. And then all of a sudden, like during COVID or maybe right before, it was like 500, $600. It's like, what the heck? It's a fun game, but I don't think it's worth 500 bucks. I actually have Vandal Hearts, but I don't have Burning Sorrow, sadly. I found Vandal Hearts at a thrift store, bro. Not even kidding. I could not believe it was there. I was like, you have got to be kidding me. It's not going to be in here, right? It's just going to be the case. I'm going to get trolled. Somebody stole it. Somebody donated the case. Nope, it was in there. $3. Probably the best find I ever had, honestly. I was like, holy crap, I can't believe this was here. And a lot of people don't know that PS1 games, they look like CDs. So a lot of times the thrift stores and stuff around here, they don't actually like check. They don't care. They're like, oh, whatever, it's a CD. Put $3 on it, put $2 on it, put $1 on it. See you later. I mean, good for me, I guess. Very, very lucky, yes. That's definitely, like I said, that's top tier luck. Most of the time, what I find is a PS4 with like a cracked case, full of cockroaches, dusty, somebody puked on it, doesn't power on, doesn't eject a disc, and they want $200 for it. Typically, that's what I see, like 99% of the time. Yeah, exactly. And people don't realize too that like the Panasonic 3DO had jewel case games too. So they'll look like CDs, but they're actually games. There's quite a few things that do that actually, but that's one of the bigger ones that has some high dollar value games. Even the TurboGrafx 16 had little hue cards inside of a jewel case that looks like a CD. So yeah, it's always worth looking, especially when you're only paying like 99 cents to like $3. Exactly, exactly. Yep, that was super lucky to find Vandal Hearts for really cheap. I'm surprised, because I figured they would look on eBay and price it accordingly, or Amazon or whatever. Must have just slipped through, or they had an employee that just didn't care. He probably had like 6 million CDs that day he had to price, and he was like, I don't want to price all these. I'm just going to put them all for the same price, put them out on the floor. But that was back before I saw so many resellers too. Now, like, anytime I go in, doesn't matter if it's like right before they close or middle of the day, beginning of the day, it doesn't matter. There's always resellers just waiting around, trying to catch everything that comes out now. Super lame. And I'm the type of person too that like, I'll buy it for me or I'll buy it to resell occasionally also. But I'm not standing there all day doing that as like a job. That's ridiculous. And if somebody comes up, especially if it's like a kid and they're like looking at it or if they want it, they're like, "Hey, I'd really like to get that. All right, here you go. See ya." Like I'm not gonna take that over them. I don't need it that bad. Because that's happened before. There'd be like like a young kid, and he'll be like, "Oh man, that's such a great game you're holding. I wish I would have saw that first." Okay, here you go. See ya. Yeah, it's not that big a deal. I mean, don't get me wrong. If it was like a stadium event's worth like, I don't know, 50K or something, he can go eat it somewhere. I'm not going to give him that. But if it's just like a whatever game, it doesn't matter to me. I don't care. Not really in it for the money. Most of like the Gen Z kids and stuff, they mostly like the Wii. They're always looking for Wii games. I hated the Wii. I genuinely did not like that console. I think I might have played like maybe a grand total of like 3 games on there, like Mario Kart, Wii Sports, and like maybe one other one that I can't even think of off the top of my head. I never played the Mario Party games. I never played the Donkey Kong game because it's trash. Like, but they love it, man. They love the Wii. To each their own. No, they don't. They don't think of games the same way we do. They also don't see digital games the same way either because they've always dealt with a situation with digital games where they're always available to them. And if you think about it, like it kind of makes sense because even the PS3 is still online. It won't be for much longer, but they just pulled the 360 support down. Yeah, the 64 was a neat console. The only thing that dragged down the 64 was the fact that they used cartridges. Um, I even like the GameCube. Most people didn't like the GameCube, but the games ran great on it. It was a great system for what it was. It didn't have like, and maybe it doesn't have as many standout games, but I loved it. I really thought it was great. To this day, Resident Evil 4 on the GameCube, looks way better than the PS2 version. It's not even close. It's a much better looking game on the GameCube. So yeah, and I noticed this with the Xbox too. I think we already talked about that, but the Xbox looked a lot better than the PS2 as well. I didn't own a 64. I owned a PlayStation 1 because, well, it had Resident Evil in the 64. While it did have Resident Evil 2, eventually, it didn't have Resident Evil 1 or 3. That makes sense. Yeah, Nintendo had a really like weird, they still do. They have like a really crazy anti-piracy like mindset where they just hate it if anybody jailbreaks their consoles or steals their games or whatever. That's why they use those. That's why they use cartridges for the N64. That's why they use those mini DVDs for the GameCube. Um, what came after the GameCube? The Wii. The Wii used regular DVDs and it got hacked like immediately. The Wii U, I think, uses Blu-rays actually. So they did go to like normal media eventually. I admit the Cube was definitely mediocre, but I still liked it. I would actually take a GameCube over a 64 personally. There's more games on there that I would play. But then that's, like I said, that's mostly due to Resident Evil and me preferring the Mario Kart on GameCube. A lot of people don't. They like the Wii Mario Kart better. GameCube was really weird. GameCube was like Nintendo trying to be more adult. Like, hey, look, we got these M-rated games, and we got like more mature games, and we're doing sports games, and I don't know. Like they kind of always were doing some of that, but not as much as they tried on the GameCube. And then when the Cube flopped, they were just like, nope, screw that. We're going full kid mode for the Wii. We're going grandma and kid mode for the Wii console.
Good day.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. And the funny part is the Wii is basically an upgraded GameCube, and saying that's not even true either because if you put the same game in a Cube and a Wii and you record them and put them side by side, the GameCube will almost always look better. Now, I don't know if that's the output difference or what, but from my experience, the Cube looks better. Yeah, well, the Cube wasn't really competing with the PS3. It would have been competing with the PS2, but yeah, the PS3, like for its time, in like the most ideal circumstances, was the best console of that generation. The Wii U, PS3, 360 generation was the PS3 is the best console technically, but it was a huge pain to code the games for, so nobody ever did it. But like you can see it in certain games like The Last of Us, where there's nothing on the Xbox that looks like that. No, it's not even close. Like, don't get me wrong, the opposite is also true, where like most third-party games look better on the 360 and ran better on the 360. But that was because they chose that weird cell architecture for some reason. I don't know why they did that. It was stupid. Plus, you got to play online for free. That was the last console Sony made that had free online play. And then they went, basically, they just took over Microsoft's plan, which is to make you pay for online play, which I never agreed with. I still don't like it and I don't pay for it. Unless somebody wants to play a game with me or something, then I'm forced to. So that's another reason why PC is doing better, is you don't have to pay to play. Oh man, the Kinect was so crap. And like the whole last half of like the 360's life, that's like all they were doing was showing off the Kinect and all the games for it. Is like, what is this crap? I think Sony had the Move controllers and stuff, but they didn't really push that nearly as hard as Xbox did with the Kinect. I can't believe they put the Kinect on the Xbox One. Like, whoever was thinking that that was a good idea, they were just mental. Makes literally no sense. Man, that summoner's giving us a lot of trouble. Oh yeah. I think the idea of the Switch is definitely good, right? Like the mentality of the Switch is good. The Switch does pretty well for what it's designed to do. 720 to 1080 gaming is fine. Especially when people are usually using it in handheld mode and not docked mode. That's fine, you know. But the Steam Deck is also a lot newer, and they never released like a Switch Pro or anything, so it's definitely better. The Steam Deck is way better. The Switch at this point is super old. Like you can't run. There's a lot of stuff you can't run on the Switch. Whereas with the Steam Deck, you can run almost everything. It's still not going to be ideal, probably. Yeah, the ROG is better. I mean, that's a fact. But I kind of get it. Valve doesn't want to release another Steam Deck. They want to let that sit. Because the thing is, if you replace consoles too fast, people get mad. They're like, I just bought this. I don't want to have to upgrade again. And like the average consumer, I don't really think they care that much. Like I bet like the average schmo doesn't even know about high end refresh rates and monitors that are capable of showing that refresh rate. I'm not even sure they know what that is or how that works. Like gamers do, but like the average consumer that's just like some regular schmo, I doubt he knows anything about that. Once you see higher refresh rates on a really good monitor that can do it, it's so hard to go back after that because like you just know you could see it. It feels completely crappy when you have to go back to 30 to 60 especially. 120 is like really good. 144, I'm not even sure there's a huge difference. But yeah, I usually sit at like 144 hertz with this monitor. And I don't run 4K either. I just run 1440p. That's true. That is true. AMD kind of seems like they don't really have much interest in participating in that anymore. Not sure why. I'm sure there's a good reason. I just don't know what it is. I haven't used a AMD graphics card in quite a while. I think the last one I had was that RX 480 I gave to my dad. I think that's the last one I used. I don't even remember what I upgraded to now. I think I waited until the 2080 came out before I upgraded. That's true. And DLSS is a pretty big deal. So I know they have like their own now, don't they? And I think doesn't Intel have their own version now too? I don't know. Like I said, I'm not completely up to date on all the new stuff they've been doing because I just don't care all that much. Maybe when I upgrade, I'll probably get familiar with it a little more. But anytime you can use a lower resolution or um, like lower graphics settings and not just stitch out your graphics card and still get a good picture, 100% worth. I think you're right. Yeah. Yeah, I think they're on Gen 3 now. I don't even know if the 3070 has that or not. I'm not sure. Maybe. I do keep the graphics card updates, but I'll be honest with you, I hardly ever read them. I figure they're mostly game patches, occasionally there's like a big update or something.
Greetings.
There's nothing the right
It helps if you're like constantly upgrading and, looking into specs all the time to see like what the new benefits are going to be and software upgrades, etc. It's part of the reason why I've been using NVIDIA is they do have better software than AMD does. AMD's software is not terrible. It's just not as good, basically. But I definitely don't think it's bad. I know some people really hate it, but I've never really had many issues with it. But then again, like I said, I haven't used much of it since like the RX 480. Oh yeah, even my 3070 has that. I had to buy one of those little risers that you can screw like screw up with like a little rubber bushing on the top and bottom, and wedge it in against your case, and then up against the backside of the graphics card so it doesn't sag. It was actually sagging so bad on mine that it was pulling itself out of the socket. It would take like a couple of weeks for it to happen, but it would happen. So I was like, well, I can't be having that. So I mean, it only cost like $5 or $10 or something. It wasn't that big a deal, but it's the first time I've ever had to deal with that. I've got the EVGA 3070. I don't know, like if it's for the win or whatever. But yeah, I always liked EVGA. They've done me well in the past, so they don't even make graphics cards anymore. Wow, that's crazy. Thing is a beast. It's kind of insane that we went from like getting smaller and smaller to just massive again. I realize it's not going to stay that way, but it's kind of crazy. Then again, you got a 4090, so the 4080 is probably not as big. Probably not as much of a chunker. Dang, that is a huge graphics card. I don't even think that would fit in my case. I've got a micro ATX board and a pretty like medium-ish size case. I very much doubt it would fit in there. Maybe I would have to like check the fan on the back, see how far it sticks out. But yeah, it'd probably be a very tight fit. Then there's airflow and everything to be considered. So oh yeah, for sure. Just for like airflow and stuff, it's better to have one of those anyway, especially for as like a massive amount of heat that thing probably puts out. Yep. No, I knew you'd need at least 1,000+ watts for that baby. Absolutely. I'm good with my 650-watt gold over here. NZXT, nice.
Good day.
Yeah, most of the power supplies I bought have been EVGA and Seasonic, I think, is the other one that I bought that I've had good luck with. I've had a lot of power supplies fail on me, like a lot. 600 watts by itself, and then you got the processor and everything else. That's crazy. I mean, it makes sense, It's just What a massive freaking power hog. Man, are your electric bills just through the roof? It's just like a massive, huge power bill every month. Sir, we're gonna need you to get off the lines here in the neighborhood because nobody else can get any power because you're using it all for your GPU. Okay.
This place actually
We had to open a
decides.
brand new nuclear power plant just to power your GPU. There we go. Finally beat the summoner. Only took her 2 or 3 times.
Good day. You have. Allow me to.
I was just so glad when they switched over to non-liquid capacitors in most of these power supplies now. Like the ceramic capacitors are just, they're so much better. Very, very happy. Can't wait for those solid state, like, is it graphene batteries or whatever they're called? The solid state batteries are going to be pretty awesome too. I know you can like buy them already, but I'm sure they're not cheap. And of course, it'll take a while before phone manufacturers start using them too, I'm sure. Unless I'm already behind, I don't know. That's possible too. I'm thinking she'll probably get through the rest of Act 2 fairly quickly now. Now that she got past the summoner, but we'll see. She might be weak sauce against Uriel.
Greetings.
I mean, that is a lot, man. Let's be real, that is a lot.
Good day.
That's literally more than my rent for my entire place, so for me, that's a lot. Yeah. I imagine, like, depends on where you live too, I'm assuming. Or is it just like everywhere over there is just like crazy bad? But then again, like, what else do you got running? Because if you have multiple things going on, that's probably not helping either. I know some households have like, 4 or 5 gaming PCs in them and stuff, and that's a hog. That'll push that power bill up real quick. Oh, excuse me. Dang, that's crazy. Oh, sure. Especially with a 4090 and the processor you have, yeah. I mean, at that point, you could probably run 4K pretty high too. I don't know how well it performs with 4K, but yeah, it might be worth actually going that route. Although, me personally, I sacrifice resolution for frames, but that's just me. I prefer frames over resolution mostly. But I mean, if I could get 4K 144, that's all I would care about. Yeah, that's what I run to. I mean, 1440p at 144 is fine for the vast majority of titles out there. You get as like a, I wouldn't even say slight. I would say like a pretty significant frame boost from running at 1440 versus 4K anyway. Like even the more modern cards will still drop like a pretty big chunk of frames when you go 4K. I'm sure that's getting better, obviously, with the newer cards, but still. Got to get that OLED 240 hertz, 70 inch, 28K monitor. I have actually seen, I think, no, it was an 8, it wasn't a 12K, it was an 8K TV. I think it was a Sony recently. That was pretty cool.
Good evening.
Nice. I believe it too. That makes sense. Because, I mean, you got a lot of headroom with that graphics card and that processor. So I would be surprised if it didn't do that, actually. 4090 is insanely good. Can it run Crisis? Man, that was the question everybody asked for years and years and years. And then it kind of like morphed into, does it play GTA? I don't know what it is now. No idea. Probably whenever the new GTA comes out, it'll probably be that too. I'm sure it'll have like some insane requirements spec wise, I imagine. At least to get like a high frame rate at a high resolution. I'm sure the PS5 and Series X will probably run it at like 720p or 1080p. You'll probably still only get like 30 to 60 frames then too. If it even comes out for those. They might just wait till next gen. They seem to be they seem to not really want to put GTA 6 out anytime soon. I don't even know if, do they have a release date? I don't even know if they do.
Good to see you.
Good evening.
Greetings.
That would not surprise me. Yeah, not surprise me at all. Yep. Yeah, GTA 6 is going to force a lot of people to update and upgrade for sure. I mean, GTA 5 did the same thing, so I would expect nothing less. I was trying to look on my phone see if they have a release date, but I don't think they do. Probably next year at the soonest, I'm assuming. Never mind. The first result is GTA 6 2026 release date update is sending fans over the edge. So, yeah. I mean, we're looking at like 2 years still, which is crazy. And we could literally have a new console by then. I'd be interested to see like how well if it does come out on the PS5 and the Series X, I'd be interested to see how it runs. I'm guessing they're gonna have to downgrade the resolution like a lot, just like they had to do with GTA 5 for PS3 and 360. It's probably going to be like really not great.
Thus, good evening.
2080 Super is, I mean, that's not exactly nothing, but that's also not even close to the high end. 8700K.
Approach and let's trade.
Eh, that's honestly not nearly as bad as I thought. But then again, those specs could change by the time they release it. You know, they might have to do some upgrades or some changes, so who knows. As is, though, like right now from what you're posting, that doesn't look too bad. Because I mean, 16 gigs of RAM is like nothing nowadays. That's like standard. You know, 32 is like a slight upgrade. Most people probably don't even need it unless they're like me and they have 9,000 Chrome tabs open. And then 64 gigs is like really high end.
Impossible.
Yeah, and let's be real. Like, as much as people want to play GTA on the PC, console players love GTA. They all play it. I see that all the time in thrift stores. I can't even tell you how many copies of GTA 5 I've found over the years in thrift stores. It must be well over like 1,000. And all consoles too. PS3, or excuse, no, was it PS? Yeah, PS3, PS4. I haven't seen the PS5 one yet, but still fairly new. And then 360, Xbox One. You know, you name it, I see them all the time. Plus, like, if it's anything like last time, the PC specs will almost guaranteedly increase as time goes on. Because I remember last time they had pretty high specs requirements, and it didn't seem like it was as streamlined or whatever that word is that I can't think of right now for a PC as it was for consoles. Optimized. There we go. That's the word.
Stay a while and listen.
Oh, I never even thought about that. That's probably true, actually. Because I know they had issues with that on servers a long time ago. I think they found a way around it with servers somehow. I don't remember how, but yeah, that makes sense. Been a while since I thought about it. But then again, you know, normal people don't put that much RAM in their computer, so most boards probably don't even support it. Eh, maybe not. Maybe the newer ones, maybe they do. I know my board doesn't. I'm pretty sure it only goes to 64 gigs on this board. And it's not like super old, it's only like 4 years old. I mean, in PC terms, that's old, but like in the grand scheme of things, it's not that old. Yeah, I run 32 on here, but it's all matched. 4 sticks of 8 gigs each. I think it's like 3600 DDR4, I want to say. Can't really remember, honestly.
Good day.
Something like that. Black Friday special is worth it.
The right
Ryzen tends to really like the faster RAM until that's less of a problem. But those like first like few generations of Ryzen really made a difference to have the faster RAM, unfortunately. I don't know if that's still the case. You know, like I said, 5600, yeah. That makes sense. Yeah, I'll have to. I'm hoping I don't have to upgrade for a little while longer. I'm hoping I can get like another year or two. That would be ideal for me. Save up some money and get my finances a little bit better in order. Then I can upgrade. And I still probably won't upgrade to, you know, Mr. Burns' level of gaming, but something a little nicer for myself. Why do you run them at 4800 instead of 5600? Is there a reason? Like, is there like a downside to running them higher? Just out of curiosity. I mean, I'll be real with you, man. Even if they come out with like a new DirectX or whatever, you know, I still probably won't upgrade. It probably still won't happen. We'll see. Ah, gotcha. Makes sense. I don't like, I have seen RAM fail, but it's been a long time. And usually the RAM that I would see fail was like crappy Dell RAM from like the XP era or Windows 98 era, where it would just be, like some off brand. It wasn't even Samsung or Hynix or, any of the name brand chips. It'd be like some off chip that would fail. I mean, it kind of makes sense, right? Because like if you push your graphics card or your CPU harder, they tend to die faster too. I have a board that just died on me. I have no idea how it died on me. I had a i7 7700K working fine, and then one day I turned it on, and I forget what the error is, but there's some error I cannot bypass. You can't get into the BIOS. You can't even like it posts, it shows the error, and then you just can't do anything, and it just restarts over and over. Some kind of weird error code. It's probably a fuse that got burned or something. I'm not sure how, but yeah, it just toasted itself. That's the only board I've seen destroyed in a long time. Kingston and A-Data, yeah. I think I've got Trident in here now. Yeah, that's what I have in here now. G Skill, I think. I used G Skill for my AM3 platform when I had a, what was it? It was a Phenom 2 1085T or something like that, or I can't remember. It was like the one that nobody liked. It worked fine for me. I couldn't afford the Intel ones, so I basically skipped past like most i7s until the 4770K that I got. Ripjaws, yeah, everybody liked Ripjaws. I had like a different one. I had like Sniper RAM or something. It was the same company, same speed as Ripjaws, but it was like a different. It was probably a different latency, most likely. Worked fine. I literally, it still works now. I'm sure. Still sitting in that old PC in my closet, so I bet if I fired it up, it'd still run. It was just cheaper, basically. Put it on my credit card to get cash back and reward miles or whatever back in the day. Oh yeah, yeah. Everybody was giving me a lot of crap for that. My gaming buddies, they give me a lot of crap for not being on i7 when they were. And I was like, man, that i7 costs like 5 times as much as my processor did, dude. I'm good. Not not in any hurry to pay for crazy, prices on that. No thanks.
Ask and learn.
Yeah, I had 16 gigs of RAM back then too. Mostly for the Chrome tab still. I don't remember what GPU I had. Uh,
An excellent. Hello.
Can't even remember what it was. It was an AMD. I wasn't using NVIDIA for the same reason. Price was way lower. Jeez, I can't remember. Oh, it was a 7800. AMD 7800. I'm pretty sure that was it. Or no, it was a 7870. That's what it was. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Like for as much trash as people talked about those computers, they did a lot of things just fine. Sure, were you getting maximum frame rate versus the i7? Of course not. But like, I don't know. I've never been one to like want absolute best of everything because it just costs too much. I mean, don't get me wrong. If I had the money, I probably would do it, but only if I had the money. Oh, he was easy. Took her like 5 tries to beat the summoner. Duriel was a pushover.
Hello. Approach and let's trade.
I'm gonna check her gear real quick, see what she's got. What do we got? Crap. Not a terrible helmet for her level. Decentish boots. Oh, okay. FCR rings. Yeah, basically all crap. But the helmet's not terrible for her low level. Yep. Yep. If it wasn't restricted by the RAM speed, the CPU would have probably bottlenecked you pretty hard too. Most likely. Although surprisingly, they still do pretty well. But yeah, you'll still definitely get a bottleneck there with any kind of game that's like CPU intensive.
Hello. You have done.
Yeah,
Please
yeah.
state your business.
DDR3 wasn't nearly as bad as I don't know. Used to have this guy in our group that swore up and down that DDR2 was life. I don't know what that guy's deal was. He was like refusing to go to DDR3. I think he skipped over DDR3 because he hated it so much and went to DDR4. He was a funny dude.
Damn it.
Meanwhile, DDR2 was like 800 or whatever it was, like 1600 rating, but 800 megahertz, aka terrible.
You.
Oh, sure. Yeah, because, well, I mean, nobody wants them. So,
I'll put that to good use.
unfortunately, all tech is like that. Give it 10 years, it's completely worthless, basically. Even like high end graphics cards, like I was telling you, like the Titan X is like 200 or 300 bucks now, which is mind blowing. Makes sense though. Yep. Yeah, I don't even know. I probably had a DDR2 machine, I just don't remember. Um, but I stayed on DDR3 for a really long time because I went from that AMD to a 4770K, and then finally I upgraded to what I have now. Only in 2020 did I upgrade to what I have now. So, I waited a really long time to get off that 4770.
Yes.
But you could overclock the 4770K really good. 4790K was a little bit better, but I saved like $100 by going with the 70 instead of the 90. That's awesome. Yeah, I love old retro stuff. Anytime I see like a 486 or like a Pentium 1, Pentium 2, Pentium 3, I'm always tempted to buy it. I have a Pentium 3 and a 486. 33 megahertz. That's what's up. I love it. Man, those were the days. You had to really like computers back then because you had to know what the heck you were doing. Or at least you had to be patient because there was no color coding. There was no, a lot of things didn't make any sense unless you knew about it. Hard drives now are even like 1,000 times easier to deal with, not just because they're faster, but with IDE, you had to do master and slave. You couldn't even do just plug it in and it works and it knows. You couldn't do that back then. You had to physically put the jumpers in. Oh, that's really cool. Yeah, that's neat. I regret getting rid of the Pentium 2 that I used to play Diablo 2 on, but at the time I didn't care about it, but I'd love to have it back. Yeah, I think I've had more AMDs in the past. Well, that's not true. AMD processors, I think I've only ever had two as well. Yeah, this one and the Walmart special that I had for a while is like the only two I ever had. Everything else was Intel. Oh no, that's not true. The Phenom. Yeah, I had the Phenom, so that's three.
May the black book bring a black day to hell.
Good day.
Yes, sir. I think mine was a black edition too. I don't, man, it's been so long. I almost want to say it was an 1100 and not a 1085 Ti, but I don't remember. I have it somewhere. I could probably find out eventually, but that's not going to happen anytime soon. Although I do need to get stuff put away and cleaned up now they moved in, but it's going to be a while. Yes, sir. That was a good card, actually. I had a 256 also. I don't remember. I think I had a 256 NVIDIA. Might have been like a 6600, maybe. I can't remember. It's been too long. I don't remember what I had, but it was also 256, and it was NVIDIA, it wasn't AMD. I don't remember the numbers for those anymore. But that ATI card was freaking. That was a good one. My friend had almost that exact same one. I think that one was smoking. You could run World of Warcraft on that card easily. Just a 256, megabyte card would run. Yeah, I think mine were secondhand too.
I don't sense any magic about this item. Very strange.
Graphics cards are always such a huge expense, and then there's a pretty good chance that you might have issues with it or it might die before a lot of the other components in your computer do. I've definitely had a lot of graphics cards go out on me. Hey, 60 pounds, I mean, that's not chump change, but that's still way cheaper than they would have been new. Oh, nice. Those 1 GB cards, man, like the what was it I had? I had like a 5650 AMD or ATI, whatever. Same thing now. I don't think they were back then, but anyway, that thing was great, man. I used that forever. It was just a 1 GB DDR or maybe GDDR5 card. I used that thing for so long before I upgraded. That thing had like tons of like life in it, surprisingly. Like the longevity that thing had, being able to play games was insane.
Good day.
I think I replaced that 1 gig card with like a 7870 eventually. 750 Ti, everybody ran that. I never had one, but I knew like a ton of people that had a 750 Ti for like years and years and years. That thing just kept going and going and going. 2 gig sounds right. I think there might have been a 1 gig version also, but most people did buy the 2 gig version if I remember right. I mean, why would you buy the 1 gig version anyway? Sure it's going to be a little more, but definitely worth doubling your memory for sure. I mean, if they offered, like a 3070 and 24 gigs, I'd still take that over what I have, obviously. Just having that extra VRAM makes a big difference. Not every game utilizes it, but when it does, it really helps.
You have. Yes?
Yeah, for sure. Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, the 750 was never really like, as far as I know, it was never meant to be like high end. It was kind of, I don't want to say budget, I'd say like mid grade, if I remember right. But yeah, man, people were running that thing forever. I mean, I'm talking like clear into like the 2012. No, but you probably beyond that, probably like 2016. It just kept chugging. Yeah, it just kept going. 750 Ti did not want to die. A lot of times now we upgrade before we need to anyway, unless you're really trying to push it or if you really need like streaming potential or something. You know what I mean? Like a lot of the upgrades we do now are not really necessary. Like for the average gamer, it wouldn't be necessary. Like if I had a 28 Super right now, that would be fine. 2080 Ti, fine. You know, you don't have to go like super duper high end, newest gen, anything really. I believe it. Yeah, I believe it. I am pretty sure I was using the one I was telling you about. It wasn't an FX, it was the Phenom 2. But it was equivalent to one of the FXs. I think it was the one I had was equivalent to like an 8300 FX. Excuse me. I'm pretty sure. And I ran that till at least 2016, maybe even longer. But I wasn't really streaming back then. The streaming really does require you to have like a better graphics card, unfortunately. Yeah, I would say like every 5 years is like a good point, especially considering the fact that, usually after like, usually after about 5 years, you're probably going to get another DirectX upgrade. You're probably going to be missing out on some of the nicer features that the newer graphics cards have. Maybe VRAM is an issue, maybe it's not, depends. I'm pretty sure I got my Phenom in like 2011, so that makes sense. They were still fairly new back then, weren't they? Like, I don't think that they were super old yet. I mean, it got aged pretty quickly versus, Intel's line, but AMD was kind of lacking back then versus, the performance of Intel. Still ran fine for me. I don't know. I was 100% fine with it, actually. If it ran the games I wanted to play, I didn't really care. I mean, it ran DayZ, and DayZ was not easy to run. 7870 and that Phenom 2, it ran it perfectly. Yeah. I mean, they do allow low settings, but not really. It's not like, it's kind of hard to describe, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Like, they kind of allow for low settings, but it's not really low settings because they still need like a crap ton of VRAM. They still need like a really mid to high end GPU for most games, regardless. Even if you crank down the settings, especially if you want to get high frame rate. If you want a high frame rate, you better have a pretty good graphics card because you're not going to get it if you don't. Exactly. Yeah, exactly. That's the bigger issue is the VRAM usage is like so high now. And they don't have an option to just turn down the settings to get that down to where one of the older cards could run it either, which sucks. I get it, they have like a certain vision for their game, but it'd be nice for people to not have to spend, the extra money to get the upgrades. I may snag like a new graphics card in the next year, so. Dusty, what's up, my man? Glad you're here. How you doing? I'm doing all right, brother. Got moved into a new place, so things are looking up. Yeah, yeah. Windows is a hog on the RAM, and then imagine if you have any kind of like Chrome browser or anything open, and you have like 700 tabs like I do, then you're really hosed. Hmm. Yeah, especially when you're only running 16. You know what I mean? Then you're really hosed. The new ladder just started a few hours ago. Dusty, get on here, buddy. That's exactly what we're doing. It started 6 p.m., so about 3 hours, and we'll call it 4 hours ago, my time. So yeah, about 4 hours ago. So you're not even close to being behind if you set you up a solo play or maybe you want to do some horde. I got too lazy this time and feel like setting up horde again. Gotta show some love to the solo play every now and then.
Come back this way, have you? What, didn't you?
I haven't, Gary, do you know how much Windows 11 uses? Because like the only thing I have Windows 11 with is that tiny little mini PC. She's pretty slow, Dusty, I'll be honest with you. I'm not certain the Horde would have been any better, but she had a lot of trouble with the summoner. It took her quite a few tries. And that could just be unlucky on the gear too. It happens. She's ripping right along now. She's almost done with Act 3 already, so. Holy crap, 8 gigabytes for Windows 11? Are you serious? Wow. Man. Yeah, I won't be doing that anytime soon. Not gonna happen. Yeah, I know. So I'm saying that's crazy. Just for the OS is nuts. They need to like genuinely they need to come up with a Windows that runs super light because this is why people keep switching over to Linux is because Windows just keeps getting heavier and heavier. It's like, dude, come out with like a gaming version of Windows where it's stripped down. We don't need all this extra crap anyway. You know, just get rid of all that and let us run at a low RAM requirement. I don't know. They probably won't do that, but they definitely should. I'm sure somebody will probably come up with something like that, like Windows 10 has like a light version, but still, you know, Windows can make a lot of money off of just putting the gamer tag on the side of the box or the you know the title. Oh, okay, that's good at least. That's fine with me. I'll be honest with you, man. Most of the features Windows 10 has, I don't use either. You know, honestly, just get rid of all that. And even if you do need it, just have it to where I can install it later. Oh, did not like those stairs for going into Durance at all. I don't know. That's why there's so many people on Linux now. Is just Windows is getting too big, too bulky, too cumbersome. It's like we're increasing the amount of RAM we can have, but then Windows is just eating up the extra. Makes no sense. Like, how are you going to double the RAM usage from Windows 10 to Windows 11? That makes no sense at all. Well, that's fine with me. I could care less about any kind of like animation or, you know, effects that Windows uses to make things look better. I could care less. I prefer performance over literally anything else. I'll have to check that on my little mini PC now that you said that, because Windows 11 runs pretty rough on that machine. I was actually thinking about downgrading to 10. My only issue there would be driver support, but I think it should be fine. But yeah, I don't know. We'll see. Considering I only use it for botting anyway, I don't really care. But yeah, if I can give it a little more performance, I need to do that. I'll have to look into it. I had it set up through TeamViewer, but I think I lost the password to it or something. I gotta fix it. Been a while since I logged into it, so I gotta look into it again. That's a good point, and unfortunately, that mini PC is using literally everything in it is Intel. It's an N100, which means it's like an all-in-one. You know, it runs video off the processor as well, so I am kind of worried about that as well. I may just have to stick with Windows 11 and just try to get it to speed up a little bit, which is a pain, but it's pretty funny that the first DDR5 machine that I ended up buying was literally like a little mini PC. Pretty funny. It's a good chip though. That N100, I mean, for basic everyday tasks, like for grandma or your mom or something, that little $200 mini PC would work perfect for that.
This
It's
cave
kind of
has
not really usable for gaming, but for everyday tasks, perfectly fine. Snappy SSD, 16 gigs of RAM, nah, works great. Yeah, exactly. Online banking, all the normal crap you would do on the internet and stuff. Watching YouTube, it'll do 4K YouTube videos without lagging or getting too much desync. So, hey, that's not nothing. That's pretty decent for something really cheap. That's the size of like it's like two phones side by side, and it's a little thicker, obviously, but still really small for what it is. Doesn't put off a lot of heat, doesn't use a lot of electricity. I don't know. I'm a big fan. I wish they'd come down in price to like about $100, but I don't think that's going to happen anytime soon, if ever.
greetings.
I wasn't even sure if it would run the bots when I first got it, but I figured it would, considering the Atomic Pi that only had 2 gigs of RAM and an Intel Atom processor did. So it's funny that you mentioned that because the one I have is it soldered RAM or is it? I think it is soldered RAM. I'm not sure. Probably the CPU too. I didn't really care though because it was like the cheapest one at the time, which was like a year ago now. They had other ones that weren't, but they cost like another $100 extra. I was like, nah, I'm never gonna upgrade it or mess with it anyway, so I don't care. But I totally agree with you. It's BS that that even is a thing. That's the kind of crap that Apple pulls with their computers. We're gonna solder in everything so you can't change it out or upgrade it. We're gonna charge you 3 times as much as a PC would cost. We're gonna act like it's better, even though it's literally not.
Hello again.
Welcome back, stranger. I hope the battle goes well.
Probably whenever the new like mobile chip or whatever they're calling those comes out, the one that I have will probably drop in price, but I haven't seen a new one yet. So probably not gonna happen until they do, if they do. Because I know the Atom like was around forever, and it had like a billion different iterations and speeds and cores and all that.
Greetings.
Ask and learn.
Yeah, I don't even know how many cores that N100 is. I would assume it's just a quad core, if anything. I don't think it's dual core. It's probably quad core, most likely. I'd have to go look.
Good day. I'll put that to good use.
hopefully she can get past Durance of Hate now. She's been spending a lot of money roaming around. Not money, but time. I get a lot of people frustrated with solo play and Horde. They always want to try to, optimize it, mess with it and stuff. I'm like, honestly, you should probably just let it run. You can fix it if you want, but it's just better to just start it and let it be. That makes sense actually. Because if you can't like put more cores on the chip, then you could just do more chips, I suppose. But that costs more though. But then again, I don't know, maybe not at that time. Well, they have a version of Diablo 2 that's Mac. The original version is Mac. I don't know about the remaster, but the original version came out on both. Like you can literally now you can't run the bot on Mac, but you can run Diablo 2. I have a copy somewhere. I've never actually used it on Mac, but I do have a Mac Mini that I found, like an old one, and I was planning on testing it out on that because it's pretty neat. But again, you can't run the bot because you need Windows dependencies. There's probably a workaround, but again, I'm not really too familiar with the Mac OS. I've never really messed with it. The only thing Mac I use is my phone. You know, I don't use anything else that's Mac, or I guess Apple, not Mac. And I'll be honest, like after this phone like goes the way of the dinosaur, I'll probably be switching over to an Android again. I haven't been too impressed with Apple's iPhones lately. Oh, I see. Yeah, you'd probably know more about it than I would. I don't really know much about it. I was just hoping that I could load up this Mac Mini. I found an aluminum unibody Mac Mini that I was gonna, I don't know, throw on OS X or something, whatever it'll run, and see if it'll load up Diablo 2, just for shits and grins, just to say I did it, basically. I really like that era. What was that, like 2010s, 2012s, 2015, something like that, when they had all the aluminum bodied Apple products. Those are really cool. Oh, I always really liked those. Wasn't a fan of their software or their computers necessarily, but the unibodies were really cool. Yeah, I'd say that's probably a pretty big upgrade, honestly. Because I think the G6, were they still using PowerPC? Oh, they were, right? Had to be. Because they didn't start using the Apple Silicon until like way later. Pentium 4 hyperthreading was where it's at. And you didn't even need a heater in your house. You just ran that processor and good to go. Because I'll tell you what, that thing ran at like 1 billion degrees Fahrenheit. Thing was nasty. And it didn't help. It probably could have ran a little bit better if it didn't have like a tiny little heatsink. Most of them didn't have very big heat sinks. That did not help. Those stock Intel heat sinks were trash. I should go over to the college and see if they're selling like pre-builts from the college, because sometimes I can get like a nice chip out of there for really cheap and put it in a different board, in a different case. That might be my upgrade path if I'm smart enough to remember to do that, because I could save a lot of money doing that. Makes sense. I hear that from a lot of people. People will tell me a lot of times like they prefer the Mac OS systems and stuff, which is fine. I don't think it's bad or anything. I've had very little experience with it, but from what I saw of it, it made sense. I didn't mind. The thing is, if you're a gamer, you can't really use Mac though. So, you want to be gaming, that is not the platform you choose. More expensive too, like way more expensive. Oh man, I forgot all about that. Was it certified RAM or was it error correcting RAM, like ECC RAM? I can't remember. I remember this like when I was working at Best Buy back then. I remember running into this, but I can't remember if it was just ECC or if it was like some special certified Apple RAM crap. I can't remember. Either way, it's not something you want to have to deal with.
Yes?
Yeah. Oh boy, what a load. What a diaper load. That's just, you gotta love it, man. You gotta love the decisions they make sometimes, I guess. Yeah, it had to be all like the same one. Yep. Oh, Apple. Meanwhile, PC could be mixed like basically from its inception, practically. Not exactly that, but like pretty close to that. I mean, I've had mixed RAM in multiple builds over the years. I try not to do that now if I don't have to. Not because it doesn't work, but performance does take a hit sometimes. It's way less of a problem now because the silicon we have now is way better. Like significantly better. So it's less of a problem, but yeah. I get why they were doing it. It's just I don't agree with it. It's kind of amazing that Apple ever even made it as a company past like a certain point because of the way they do things is just very anti-consumer.
Yes?
Wow, that's dumb. But I mean, I don't know what I was expecting. Makes sense. I mean, they kind of did it with the RAM. Why not the processor too, right? uh,
Great. Good to see you. Hello.
if they were just a tiny bit more consumer friendly, that would help a lot. Oh man, AGP. That's what I had in that Pentium 2 was an AGP slot. and I had an AGP graphics card. I did not have a PCI graphics card. AGP was pretty short lived, wasn't it? Like, I don't remember seeing AGP after like that era. So that means that Apple was like really behind the times then. Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it lasts a little longer because they probably had AGP Pentium 1, Pentium 2. I'm assuming Pentium 3 maybe. And then Pentium 4, that was probably like the last hurrah. All right, Duriel time.
Yes.
Ah, okay. And I'm assuming because it had the Apple certificate or whatever, that it was like 3 times as much money or something, probably.
Greetings.
Like super extra, guaranteed. Wow. Yeah, I mean, if it's on a list, you know they're going to charge more for it because they know it's on a list. They know you have to buy that one for that specific use case, so they're probably going to charge you more. Man, that's rough. Yeah, makes sense. I mean, if they're doing it with everything else, I mean, yeah, that's so crazy. That would have like really irritated me because like good luck trying to find that somewhere unless you've got like a place nearby that sells them. Which I didn't live in a huge city, so there's almost a 0% chance I would have had that. If I was using Apple, I would have been done with it after that because the upgrade path is just not good. Which is stupid because it's like, why don't you just let us upgrade the BIOS? You know why they didn't want you to update the BIOS? It's because then you could add features they didn't want you to have, or you could alter the ability of their equipment without their say. I mean, look at how they treated people that jailbroke their iPhones. They're just freaking out over that. Killed Duriel really easily. That's good. Like I said, all Apple has to really do is just be a little bit more user friendly, be a little bit more consumer friendly, but they never do. They never do. I remember Apple was so far behind that when hotspots came out for cell phones, whatever iPhone I had didn't have it. And I had to jailbreak it to get that feature on the phone. Or they wanted to charge me like some crazy amount for it. I can't remember. There's something that was preventing me from using the hotspot on the phone. And I literally jailbroke it to get around that. So ridiculous.
What do you need?
Yeah, they act like it's like a feature. They're like, oh, everything that we use is all locked down tight and nobody can mess with it. That's a feature. That's a good thing. It's like, what are you talking about? Maybe for like the average person, that's probably fine, but ultimately, it's not even good for them because when they need to upgrade or do anything, it's going to be harder and more expensive, if not impossible. So, nah, it's crap. It's like I saw like Louis Rossman. I don't know if you know who that is on YouTube. He does like a lot of Apple repairs, and he was saying that like the newer iPhones can tell if you put in a non-Apple battery now because there's a chip on the battery that tells the phone whether it's an authentic battery or not. I was like, wow. Uh, so ridiculous. Yep. Yeah, and like as the phone gets older, the battery obviously doesn't hold as good of a charge. And then the operating system is needing more out of it because you're going to a newer operating system, just like we were discussing Windows does. So stupid. It's planned obsolescence. That's their whole thing. They're definitely on that bandwagon where they want you to buy a new phone every year or whatever. No thanks. No thanks. It wouldn't be so bad if you had to upgrade like all the time. If the upgrade wasn't like $1,300 or whatever, you know, it'd be one thing if the upgrade was like $400 or something. But when you're paying thousands of dollars for your phone and it doesn't even last like 3 to 4 years sometimes, especially the battery, yeah, no. Did they force updates on you on that G6? Like, was it like when an update came due? Did the excuse me, did they force you to upgrade? Or was it something you could just ignore back then? Because Windows pushes their updates super duper hard. Like every time I turn this computer off and back on, if I go into Windows Update, it'll literally be trying to update to 11. Oh, that's crazy. That's ridiculous. I mean, I don't know why I'm surprised by that. I shouldn't be, because I know better. I know how Apple operates, but it's always surprising to hear like how crazy it is. Yeah, no. Uh-uh. I think you made the correct decision by trading your uncle or grandfather, whoever it was. I definitely would have done that if I had that option. Sounds right. Yeah, that sounds right. I forget how much RAM you can have in a 32-bit system. Is it 4 or is it 8? And then I know you can't have like a certain size hard drive over like a certain terabyte too. Or maybe I'm getting those two mixed up. I don't know. Something like that. But then again, a lot of times, with Apple, they're limiting you to their specs and not necessarily the industry specs. So, yep. They might as well have put, like, instead of putting certified, they might as well have called it, like, the extra Apple tax, because that's what it is. Okay. That's not good. Wonder why it keeps doing that. It keeps having issues with like certain places. Might have to talk to the big guy about that because that's really odd. I don't remember this doing this like this often. I mean, that's like the third or fourth time it's crashed. Oh, that's crazy. Interesting. I mean, raid is fine and all, but not if it locks you in. Not if you can't change it out or whatever, use it for something else. Well, almost everything was awful over XP, you know what I mean? Let's be real, XP was pretty great. Like, when I upgraded from 98 to XP, I never went back to 98. I never even thought to go back to 98. It was so much better. I would say, like, XP and 7 were my two favorite operating systems. I didn't mind 8. Everybody hated 8. I didn't mind 8.1. Everybody hated 8.1. I don't mind 10. I don't even mind 11. I just don't like that it's basically spyware and it runs really bad. Yeah, I definitely would have said swapping it's a good idea. Especially when XP came out, especially when you could get a Pentium 4, which was pretty much going to be better in every way anyway. Like, why even bother at that point? Especially if you're going to do other things besides just, um, just internet stuff and Word documents and printing and all that. Windows 2000 was really good too, actually. I never used it because I just skipped over from 98 on my Pentium 2 to XP on my like Walmart computer thing I had. Yep. Vista is probably the worst one. I think most people pretty much feel like Vista is the worst one. It ran like really buggy and really hard for that day. So, pretty trash. It was pretty short-lived if I remember right. Or at least like it was short-lived like the people that I knew that were using it. I'm pretty sure that I had like a PC that was running Vista for a very short period of time that I literally got rid of because I had Vista. I don't even think I had it like 6 months. Yeah, 8.1 was better. 8.0 was really bad and it was short-lived because 8.0 had all the tiles instead of like actual folders. It didn't even have a desktop. It had like I forget what they had a name for it, but it didn't even have like a real desktop. And the only reason I remember all this is because I was working at Best Buy, and every single person that came in that bought a laptop wanted to return it because it had Windows 8 on it. And they had like this classic theme that you could download that was not from Windows. It was from like some random company that was free. And I ended up installing that like 700 times a day. Yeah, they went like full app based, full touch screen, like because well I think the Surface came out around that time too. And that's why. But like it's a PC. Most people didn't have touch screens. Most people still don't have touch screens for their computer. So I have no idea what the hell they were thinking. It was a really poor choice on their part for sure. Didn't really make sense because you're trying to push a touchscreen technology on people that don't even have a touchscreen. What are you doing? But yeah, that classic theme for Windows 8 was that came in clutch. Yep. I forgot about the Lumia actually. Man, that's bringing me back. I remember when the Samsung S5 came out, Galaxy 5 or whatever it was. That was a pretty big deal. I really liked that phone. I had like an iPhone 5 at the time or an iPhone 4S. Can't remember. I think it was a 4S. And that came out and I actually used that instead for a while.
Hail to you, champion.
Back when you could actually change the batteries out of your phone without having to hire a professional surgeon to remove it. Yep, Nokia really dug a grave for themselves, that's for sure. They used to be top dog for a long time. Good phones, they lasted forever. They're pretty much bulletproof. And then just all of a sudden it felt like they were gone. They just didn't make the correct decisions, unfortunately. And Microsoft doesn't really have a good track record with buying companies and then saving them or making them better. Typically, they just buy them, cannibalize them for whatever technology and software, whatever they need, and then just let them die off, basically. Yep. Well, it wasn't just old operating systems. It was like, by the time Android and Apple started building the iPhone, and then, like, especially the Samsung Galaxies were really popular, they had, like Play Store, they had the Apple Store, they had like a really easy way to install applications and tons of them to your phone, and Nokia kind of fell behind. I don't know why. They had every opportunity to get that fixed, but they never did. Very weird. But then I guess it kind of makes sense because they never really had like good operating systems anyway. Like the Nokia phones that everybody remembers, those are super duper basic. The ones that ran like Snake and T9 word for texting and all that jazz. I'm so glad we got away from that. Holy crap, I hated that. A lot of people like T9, I did not. I thought it was really unpleasant to use. Droid phones were pretty big for a while too. Like, I remember I had a boss that had one and a couple friends that had them.
Hail to you, champion.
I think by that time I had a iPhone 3GS or 3S or whatever it was. I liked it. It was a little small, but back then phones weren't nearly as big as they are now, that's for sure. Yep. Yeah, Motorola was still doing some good stuff. Motorola took a lot longer for them to have their downfall than Nokia did, it seems like. But then again, they probably had more money, maybe. Not sure. Motorola was interesting. Like they had so many opportunities to kind of keep their hold, and they never really managed to. Because I remember Motorola was huge, man. Like those early '90s and even into the 2000s, they built tons of different cell phones and all kinds of different electronic devices that people were buying. Pagers. I never saw a pager that wasn't Motorola. Not even kidding you. Every single pager I ever saw was a Motorola. Every single one. Yep. Yeah, the Razor. Yep. And for good reason. You know, it was a good phone. It made sense why it was popular. But they couldn't really capture. It was like lightning in a bottle. Like they had that, and then what did they have after that? I have no idea. I guess like one of the droids. Because like once they switched to app based, then they had the same problem Nokia had, which was basically we need a good operating system. We never really had one of those, so yep,
What do you need?
pretty much. Man, I forgot about BlackBerry. Those ones that had like the full keyboard on them and stuff. My girlfriend had one of those when I first met her. It was like the tail end of that. She liked it because you know it's basically like a full blown keyboard on there. Didn't have a touchscreen either, I don't think, so it kind of makes sense. Yeah, the idea of a touchscreen was pretty like. Admittedly, that was a good decision by Apple to use it. And their touchscreens were way better for a long time than anybody else's. Like, I remember the responsiveness of like the old 3GS and the 4, even all the way to the 5, was significantly better than Samsung or any other Android phone I'd ever seen up to that point. So, makes sense. That's partially why they got so high and mighty, is because literally they had the better tech. It was easier to use, it worked better, it was more reliable. When you touch the screen, it doesn't just not do anything. So you got to tap it another 7 times to try to get it to work. What was that called? Capacitive touch versus I forget what the other one's called. Exactly, yeah. Lag and input is a big deal too back then because a lot of stuff just didn't react very quickly.
What do you need?
I had a friend who had a touchscreen monitor before Windows 8 came out. He paid a lot of money for it. He liked it. He loved using the touchscreen monitor, and I always found it to be kind of eh. For starters, Windows 7 wasn't great with touchscreen. And secondly, I don't know, it just wasn't really my thing. I didn't see myself really using it. I still don't. I still don't have a touchscreen even now. But he liked it. He liked to use it. I think because I don't know if he drew on it or he was doing something artistic with it. Maybe I can't remember. But yeah, it was kind of crazy to see a touchscreen back then, even though they'd been around for a really long time technically. Well, this one wasn't an AIO yet. This was like an actual touchscreen monitor separate. He had like a gaming PC, and then he had the separate touchscreen monitor, so he paid a lot for that. The AIOs made more sense because, at least it's all one thing and you're just sitting directly in front of it or whatever. I still don't like them. A lot of those AIOs are really hard to upgrade too, if you even can. They're all like very much like Apple in that way. Sometimes I'll find them at the thrift store, like broken hard drive or something, and I'll buy them and fix them and sell them for like 50, $100. Some old lady in town or whatever. Put an SSD in it for her. Easy little, easy little bunch of cash for, I don't know, hour or two of work maybe. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, because it's all attached, you're completely hosed if the screen dies on you. That's another good point. I knew that, but I wasn't thinking about it until you said it. So yeah, that's true. I mean, I'm sure you can replace the screens on them, but who wants to do the work to do it? That's the problem. Because it's all tied in together. Oh man, I bet that's a nightmare. Yeah, no, no thanks. Yeah, backlight failure. Yep. Especially with like the LED monitors from that era and screens, and they look like crap. Pretty much like LCD and LED monitors didn't get good until like fairly recently. They had a ton of ghosting, really, really horrible ghosting. I remember I had a CRT for like the longest time because of that, because CRTs don't do that. They can, but you could get like a really cheap CRT monitor that would go up to above 1080p for like very little money. And I couldn't, and most of the time when I had that CRT, I couldn't even run it that high anyway. I was running 800 by 600, 1200 by 700 or whatever it was. I wasn't running it super high up. In terms of like black levels and stuff, the the CRT beats almost every single LCD and LED out there. Even now, there's a few that can outclass it now, but there's not many. Yeah, the capacitors, like even in like a lot of our modern stuff, are still pretty bad. If they don't use like modern ceramic capacitors, then they're usually just garbage. Yep. Yeah, that's the original Xbox has that issue. There's a capacitor right in the front on the main board that keeps the clock for the machine, I believe. And those are literally notorious for leaking and destroying the board. And then of course the system afterwards, unfortunately, but yeah, those capacitors are crap. It's weird too because it's like you're cheaping out on capacitors and capacitors are not really that expensive. It's a weird component to cheap out on, but somehow they always did. Always hated it when you had to open up like a console or something and then you look inside and it's like those tiny little ribbon cables that are super easy to they're super easy to break, both the connector and the cable. Super annoying. Yep, battery leaking. Yep. Yes, sir. Those are the exact ones I'm talking about. The little blue pull tab on the top of them, those suck. They still use them, by the way, in most consoles and some other electronics that I've seen. I mean, I couldn't tell you what I'm trying to think of off the top of my head, but I've definitely seen them. I do not like those. They're very fragile, super duper easy to just completely wreck something. TVs, that's there you go. Forgot all about the TVs. Absolutely. And I bet you those TVs still use those. Almost 100% chance they still do. And of course, they never just had like one of them either. It was usually like 600 of those puppies in there. So you had to like be really careful time and time again each time you did it. And then eventually you get tired or lazy or you slip or whatever, and bam. Now you got to desolder the connector, replace the cable, resolder the connector, put the cable back in. I hope you don't do it again. And like that's far beyond any normal person's capabilities. You have to know what the heck you're doing for a lot of that crap. I used to make pretty good money replacing HDMI ports on PlayStation 3s and 4s. People would always ruin the HDMI port by, like lifting up on it or pulling it out wrong or whatever. And yeah, 20, 30 bucks a pop for like a 5-minute job. Pretty sweet. That's why I prefer DisplayPort because it has the connector that actually locks in so that a lot of times that doesn't happen. Oh man. Yeah, that's unfortunate. That'll do it though. That will do it. Sometimes you can actually like pull out on an HDMI, and if it's not like in there securely, it'll actually like break. You'll just pull out with it sometimes. Like if they use really crappy solder or if it's just been, yanked on too hard before. Seen that also. Like HDMI is a good connector, especially considering it carries audio and DisplayPort doesn't. But at the same time, because it doesn't have any kind of clip or securing system on it, it kind of makes it to where it breaks pretty often. Yeah, everything is disposable now. Your TV, your monitor, your computer, everything. They don't care. Because ultimately they want you to buy new stuff. They don't want you to keep the same computer and the same monitor and the same keyboard and whatever. I'm not even kidding you. I had this LG TV. It was like one of those stories you hear and you think they're full of crap, and then it happened to me type of situation. I had I think it was 50 inch, maybe a 60-inch 4K TV I bought at Best Buy, and it had a 3-year warranty. The second day after the warranty was out, it stopped working. Not even kidding. I was like, wow, crazy how that coincidence, just happened to be the perfect moment when the warranty was out. we're in an era where they could make things, they can make them last a really long time and make them high quality, and then they still choose not to because if they did, then you wouldn't need to replace it, and you wouldn't need them, and they wouldn't make as much money. Pretty ridiculous. Can't say I'm a fan. Wow, that's crazy. Like I said, I've heard people say stories like that, but then it never really happened to me. Like most of the time, I guess I was just getting lucky, or maybe I had a little higher quality unit. I'm not sure which. And then you'll hear people say that like, "Oh, 1 day out of warranty, and bam, you know, it completely breaks. You can't use it anymore." And then finally, it happened to me. I was like, "Oh man, go figure." My buddy really likes Philips TVs. It's like all he ever buys is Philips. He's a huge fan of them. I think the only thing that mine did, I think the backlight stopped working or something. It wasn't like super serious, but it was also something I just didn't have. I didn't have a place to work on. I didn't have a way to deal with it at the time, so I just had to get rid of it. That was like my first 4K TV. I got it for my PS4 Pro, so it was pretty cool. I enjoyed it. At least I got to use it a bunch before it died. I still wasn't very happy because I still have a Vizio TV from like 2010 that my dad uses, and it works perfectly. It has literally hundreds of thousands of hours on it probably because he just leaves it on all the time. Still works, still good to go. Oh heck no. Nope. No, I would have played shoot the TV into the dumpster. Right into the bin. I'm not dealing with that. Anything that requires like multiple hours or extreme troubleshooting, I'm sorry, but I'm just not going to bother. Unless it's something I absolutely have to have, which there's almost nothing that's like that. So luckily I don't have to. I don't even think that TV has a dead pixel on it. I'm not even kidding. Like, I don't, like, last I checked, it's been a while. But last I checked, I don't even think it has a burned out pixel or anything. TV is freaking bulletproof. I mean, surprisingly, really, really good TV. That's hilarious. You're like, I got a rare shotgun instead of a unique. See, the color is not right. Oh, wait. Imagine if you would have sold it by accident because you didn't know that. Oh boy, you'd have been pissed. Yep. That's pretty rough. I know a lot of people like to use their TV as their monitor. I just like whenever I look at TVs, I like the picture quality for the ones that I can actually afford is just not there. I mean, given, obviously I'm getting a significantly smaller monitor, but it's a higher quality screen, in my opinion. A lot of like TVs and such just don't really use high quality panels unless you spend a lot of money and get like an OLED or something. I've actually never owned an OLED TV or monitor because I just can't afford them. Been hoping they would come down in price, but they never really have. I mean, they have, but not to where like they're reasonable. Yeah, I definitely would have got rid of that baby if I could see the pixels. Nope, nope. I'm not trying to count the pixels like you said. Not gonna happen. I guess if I had to, temporarily, I probably would, but I mean, where I live, there's always like monitors and TVs at the thrift stores, so even if it's not as good of a quality, I would just go and get that instead. Not gonna bother. Like my secondary monitor is a 27-inch IPS 1440p monitor, and I think I paid, hold on, stickers on here, paid $12 for it. $12 for a 27-inch IPS 1440p. It's only 60 hertz, but I use it as a second monitor anyway. And yeah, for $12, like I would just go do that. Now I don't find those all the time, but still. Nice. Does it have a display port? Because if it has a display port, you could just swap it out. Use that instead for your PC, because you can always get audio through headphones or speakers or, whatever. You don't really need the audio to come through the HDMI. TVs are a much bigger deal when the HDMI goes out, like especially if the audio goes out or something. But I mean, a 165 hertz HBO is fine. Oh, no, that works too. If it has multiple HDMIs and one goes out, it's not a big deal. Swap it over to the other one. Although I will say, sometimes when you do that, only one of those HDMIs is the good one, and one is like an older one. You'll have like HDMI 2.1 on one port, and then you'll have like HDMI 2.0 on the other port, so that kind of sucks. But yeah, I use DisplayPort for mine because I just use headphones anyway, and monitors that don't have speakers, so really makes no difference to me if I use HDMI or DisplayPort. And most of the new monitors come with DisplayPort, so like I bought this other screen on my right side for like $200, and it's fine. It's IPS, it's 165 hertz. I run it at 144. Um, it's not like a super awesome stand, but still 1440p. It gets the job done essentially. And for $200 brand new, totally worth it for me. I've tried using VA panels, and I don't like the VA panels. It's not bright enough for me. It's too hard on my eyes to see. Yeah, HDMI 2.0, yep. And then I think like the PS5 and the Series X one at 2.1, HDMI 2.1, which I don't have. I also, like you, have a 2.0 port. But I don't use the PS5 that much. In fact, I don't even have it right now. I think my son ran off with it. Yeah, I don't know. I have mixed feelings on curved. Like, don't get me wrong, curved is fine, but the issue with curved is they're almost always VA panels too, which is the main reason I don't want them. I don't mind a curved monitor, but if you're going to give me a VA panel because it's curved, not interested. If it's IPS, I would consider it if it's not too much more money. And a lot of times the curved panels cost more money too, so it's like, no thanks. You know, I'm not going to pay extra for something I don't care about that much anyway. They had a huge, must have been like 80-inch curved Samsung TV at the thrift store a couple days ago. They wanted $300 for it. It was from 2020, I think. Maybe it was from 2019. I can't remember, but it was cool looking. But then, like, it's kind of old, and I don't know. A curve on a TV, I guess, might actually be better than a monitor. Because if you're just sitting like directly in front of it, the curve probably makes sense. But the problem is, if anybody else is sitting with you, like on the sides, that's not going to be a good viewing experience for them. You have to pretty much be sitting like right in front of it. And if you're running dual monitors or triple monitors or whatever, that's kind of hard to do sometimes too. Unless you have like a monitor stand or something. Probably like if and when I do my next upgrade for a monitor, I'll probably go for OLED if it's come down in price a little more. We'll see. OLED 4K, like high refresh rate monitors are still really expensive. So, yeah, meh. As cool as they are, I don't know if I want to if I want to dish that out. Yeah, I run two and I run them at like a kind of a, I don't know, 20, 30-degree angle to each other. Only because of the streaming, honestly. Or sometimes I'll watch like a YouTube video on one and whatever else on the other one when I'm playing a game or something. It's handy. It's nice. I don't mind. Kind of how I've run it for a long time now, actually. I would have never dreamed of having two monitors back in the Diablo 2 heydays, that's for sure. That would have been a pipe dream. Those CRTs, not only did they weigh a lot, but they took a ton of space. To have two was like very uncommon. I didn't know a single person who had two hooked up to the same PC.
What do you need?
That's fine with me, yeah. If it gets down to like the $200 or $300 range, that's when I feel more comfortable with purchasing one. I just don't want to drop like $800 on a monitor and then it like dies in 2 or 3 years. No thanks. It's too much of an investment for not enough time. And most monitors don't die in 2 or 3 years, but it could, especially as much as I use mine. I can't even see the difference between 144 and 240 hertz, to be honest with you. Like, I know there's a difference, but I've never seen an instance where I could clearly tell the difference where it was actually benefiting me in some way. Because a buddy of mine has a 240 hertz. And I can't tell. I mean, obviously it's really smooth, but I can't tell that there's like a huge difference. Like when you go from 60 to 120, there's a big difference. Huge difference. There isn't that difference from 120 to 240 in my opinion. They red screen or they do the backlight fails or the board inside fries itself somehow. Probably has like a auto destruct freaking something on it so that when the warranty goes out it just dies. Yep. I've seen monitors that do that at the thrift store especially. whenever I see like like a somewhat decent gaming monitor at the thrift store, it's always like that. It always has like a major issue. Yeah, I mean, I don't even know if life chips are a real thing, but it sure as hell seems like it. It would not, if somebody told me they were a real thing and they actually exist, I would not be surprised. It definitely feels that way. Yeah, that's been a big problem lately. I've been seeing a ton of reviews, and when I was looking for this monitor a few months ago, people were complaining about dead pixels out of the box for like brand new, really expensive monitors. I was like, wow, I'd be super pissed if that happened to me. And don't get me wrong, if it's like a dead pixel in the far right corner where I don't look anyway, probably wouldn't even care. I wouldn't even bother returning it because I just don't care. But if it's like right in the middle or somewhere that's like really noticeable, which is where it usually is, nah, nope, not gonna happen. Oh yeah, that's man, that's really bad. I it's crazy that like they can have a dead pixel like just straight out of the box like that. It's also interesting that they don't test them. I would assume they test them, but they must not test them because to me that would stand. I have bad eyes, and that would stand out very much so. Like any dead pixels on a screen, I can usually immediately see them. So I don't understand why they're not like looking into them before they send them out. I guess that would cost too much money. You know, the poor Chinese slaves, I guess, can't take 3 seconds to look at it or whatever. Who knows? They probably just don't even care. They're like, oh, even if it is, we'll just replace it. Who cares? We don't want to. We don't want to deal with it. Would not surprise me. I've seen green dots and I've seen red dots and I've seen white dots. I've never seen a yellow one or a green one. Or no, green. No, I did say green. Green, red, no yellow. Well, that would make sense. Yeah, and it's probably a lot faster too. And you don't have to like, you know, have it all put together and then plug it in or whatever it is that they would have to do in order to test it out. And using a scope to look at the circuit board is obviously a good idea. That should be done, but that doesn't really prove anything as far as the actual panel goes, the viewable portion of the panel at least. Not as far as I know.
What do you need?
Oh, your horde characters won't make a game? That's weird.
Hail to you, champion.
Yeah, sounds like you may need to. It may just be that you may just might have to try to just restart it one more time and see. Well, that would suck to do, but I had to do that once because I couldn't figure out why it was screwing up. The courier treating it like crap doesn't help. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't matter where you live, the UK, the United States, Sweden, wherever. They just throw the TVs everywhere. Teleporter slash leader. Yep. Yeah, supposed to. It could be too that you don't have the leader defined properly, like in the party settings or like the not the party settings, but the team settings. You know what I mean? If you watch the guide again, it's in there. If you can't find it, let me know. I'll point you in the right direction. I think that's a pretty common problem that even I've done, even after I made the video. It's easy to do. Easy mistake.
What do you need?
I've gotten pretty lucky here, Gary, in terms of like our delivery drivers. I say that, I should knock on some wood, but I have been pretty lucky. Um, Most of the time, the stuff I buy comes here pretty undamaged. But this is a new place, so I don't know. Might have got a new delivery guy now that, that may not be the case. So hopefully not. Because nothing is more annoying than waiting a week to get something and then it's broken when it gets here. And now it's going to take 2 or 3 weeks to fix it at least. So, yeah. It helps that I usually go out and get it from them. I don't like wait till they bring it to the door. Like if I know they're coming and I have the chance to go get it myself, I usually do. Because then that helps prevent a lot of that damage that can happen. Throwing it out of the back of the truck, kicking it up to your door, jumping on it a few times, and then letting the rain pour on it for 5.5 hours while you're at work.
My magic will break the siege.
That's when he's having a good day. Well, we're to Act 5. I'll probably stop the stream when I get to Nightmare. Hopefully that doesn't take too much longer. I mean, we've already been streaming for about 5 hours, so I'm hoping within the next hour or so I'll be able to call it for the night. Don't think Act 5 will take that long because she basically just has to tell your way there and uh, kill the ancients and then bail runs. So you're not even kidding, man. Like what? Nice and safe in the landfill, right? Definitely safe there. Nobody will ever be able to use it there, so it's nice and safe. Perfect. Perfect spot for it. It sounds like that may have happened to you before, if I had to
My heart
guess.
can rest easier now.
Man. We don't really have like a council here. It's The only people that would do that would maybe be like a homeowners association, or maybe like like a, I don't know, an apartment leasing agency or something might get nosy or something. But as far as the trash goes, we have like these giant trash bins that we put, that you put everything in. Most places in the state. Well, I can't even say that where I live, at least. So luckily, that doesn't really happen very often. People do like to steal the TVs, though. You leave a TV outside, and somebody sees it, they're probably going to walk away with it. So, especially now the TVs don't weigh nearly as much, and they're super big. So, yeah, like waste management and stuff. Exactly.
What is it?
Where we live is like a smaller town. They don't have like the big companies, but same thing. Big garbage truck brings, the trash to the dump or whatever. Got yourself an Ancient's Pledge, it looks like.
You're an. What do you need?
Yep. I don't see why she would kill any of this stuff. She'll probably just skip most of it, so. That's true. Yeah, that's true. People do put a lot of stuff out, like, desks and chairs and, uh, well, stuff I wouldn't keep, like mattresses and beds and stuff, but hey, if you want it and it's on the side of the road, you can pick it up. So, but it is handy, Sometimes you'll find like a pretty nice desk or a slightly used computer chair or something, you know. If you're hard up, it's nice. Or at least as like a temporary if like your chair breaks or something. Been there, done that. I've never found anything like amazing in terms of furniture though. Never like a solid oak, you know, dining room table or something like that. Never seen anything like that for sure. Usually it's like the cheaper Walmart, I don't know, really poorly designed and put together stuff. Or IKEA. I see a lot of IKEA stuff. Yeah. Yep. I did find like a 4770K PC. That was like about a year or two ago. I mean, it's not technically, super nice by today's standards, but usable for sure. But yeah, I mean, it was just sitting out there by the curb. And I'm pretty sure it got rained on or snowed on too. I dried it out and it still worked, so. But that's not common though. Like you don't see a lot of PCs really. Um, they donate a lot of that kind of stuff to like Goodwill and Savers and thrift stores and whatever else. Then they charge you a boatload for it, even though they got it for free. I literally saw, I guess you would call it a gaming PC, but it had a 1070 in it. It had like a Ryzen 1200X or something. It was like one of the first gen Ryzens, 16 gigs of RAM, an NVMe hard drive, and something else. And they wanted like $900 for it. I was like, what are you talking about? You're not even close to $900 on that. No, that's true. I'm not complaining about it, that's for sure. Free is free. Heck yeah. I was really happy to find it actually. And like, don't get me wrong, I'm not saying that Goodwill shouldn't make any money, but maybe don't charge eBay and Amazon prices. It's not like you tested it. It's not like you know if it works. It's not like you offer a return policy. You know what I mean? Like, they don't even give you your money back. If you have to return that thing to the store, they give you store credit. Ridiculous. I would never buy anything expensive at that store. Never. What the heck am I going to buy for $500 at Goodwill? You know what I mean? Like, imagine trying to buy enough stuff to use up that credit. There's no way. I'd end up with like credit for like 10 years if I had to do that. 99% of the time, the stuff I buy is like 99 cents to $5. You know, it's very rare that I spend more than $20 at any time. Like maybe this monitor is probably the most expensive thing I've ever bought at 13 or $12. So, and even that, I was like hesitant. Luckily, I did get to test it out before I bought it, but I couldn't test the ports out. I could just see if it had, damaged screen or dead pixels is basically all I got to see. But it was worth the risk at $12. Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you're 100% right. Like any hardware issue or any problem that would have been uh, on that PC would have been my problem if I would have paid full price for it. There's no way that it's worth $900 for that. Even if it's working, it's not worth $900. The parts are really used, they're really old. A 1070 at this point is ancient. You're almost 5 generations back. Well, 4 generations, I guess, but still. You're there's just no way that that's worth that kind of money. And I'm assuming it was just somebody was like, "Oh, gaming PC, those are expensive." Slap a huge price on it.
Good afternoon.
The days of finding crazy good deals are definitely gone, that's for sure. If I was them, I would charge like half of retail, half of eBay, half of Amazon. I think that would be pretty fair. I'm sure some people would still not like that, but at least you're not charging, full retail price for something that you literally didn't pay a single dollar for. Man, these guys are always rough. Always difficult to kill. Same thing here. Yeah, literally, it's the same crap happens here all the time. You'll see like a pre-built Dell that'll have like an i7 or something in it, or sometimes an i9, and the guy put like a mid-grade graphics card, kept the same PSU a lot of times, which means it's not really that good. And then they'll be calling it a gaming PC. It's like, no, no, stop it. But they know that that's what people want. They know that that's what people want to buy. And so obviously they're going to use the terminology, especially the RGB. The RGB is what like really sells it as a gaming PC somehow. You know, if it doesn't have RGB, it's not a gaming PC.
Good morning. What are your needs?
I don't think I had a single light in my PC up until this one, um, unless it came with it or it was like an LED on the motherboard. I never bought lights for my computers or anything. I never cared. It was function over form. Did not care about what it looked like. And like the sad part is a lot of times here they don't even replace the case. At least you get a new case over there. Here they don't even do that. They'll keep the same crappy case and put some RGB on the inside of that case. Drill some holes in the side. It's hilarious. Literally like a pre-built college computer of some kind from a few years back. That's a gaming PC, sure. Yeah, and for sure the hard drive is not going to be an NVMe. It's probably a lot of times not even an SSD. You're just getting like an old spinner that has like 60,000 hours on it, been dropped down 7 flights of stairs, kicked across the field like a football, and just absolutely wrecked and thrashed in every way possible. No thanks. Even if it had 16 gigabytes of RAM, like you're saying, you know they'd put like 2100 in there. Like 2100 DDR4 probably. And that's if it's DDR4. If it's DDR3, it's going to be like even worse. And they'll still call it a gaming PC. Oh, it's DDR3, but still a gaming PC. You can still play GTA on it. Oh gosh. CCTV like HDDs and like those cable boxes with the hard drives in them, like the TiVos, and the like cable boxes that have like the recording on them. I used to do that. I didn't sell computers, but I would rip open those old cable boxes and steal the hard drives out of them for my computer. Got some pretty good ones too. I got like a 2 terabyte one time for like $5. That was a long time ago, but yeah, I mean, 100% worth. Saved me a ton of money. Pretty sure that hard drive still works. I don't know what I have it in, but I'm pretty sure it still works. Right? If they even have a return window in the first place, if there's even such a thing. It's kind of like a buyer beware, as is, you get what you get. Yep. Skyboxes. Yeah, I forgot you guys had those. That's exactly what I'm talking about. 1 terabyte. Some of the older ones had some 500 gig hard drives. And then the newer ones were doing like one, and sometimes if you got really lucky, you could find like a 2 terabyte. I think I even found a 3 terabyte one time. Huh. That's really weird, Dusty. After the stream, I'm gonna see if I can start one up and I'm gonna check it out for you. Because that sounds very odd. I know somebody in the Discord chat was saying they were having some issues, but then I was running Horde not like just a few days ago and it was working fine. But yeah, I'll check it out for you after this is done. And then I'll hit you up on the Discord if you're there and let you know. Hopefully it's not like a systematic problem of some kind. Hopefully we're just like missing something. 320 gigabyte, 10,000 RPM. Man, those 10,000 RPM drives, they were something. You didn't even really get that much performance gain out of those, and they ran super duper hot. They were like an inferno. Those used to burn themselves up. You had to put fans on those bad boys just to keep them from catching on fire. What was that brand? Western Digital, Velociraptor. Those are so popular back then, before SSDs became mainstream. And the performance was barely better, especially for those operating systems. Weird. Send me your party config, Dusty, on Discord. Like, private message it to me, if you can. Obviously, delete your passwords or whatever, but just let me see, like, the config. Or you could try that, see if it works. It honestly shouldn't matter. Also check the spelling, make sure it's exactly right. Like the profile names, make sure that the case sensitivity is there and everything. That got me once. I had like a capital instead of a lowercase at some point or something like that, and it prevented it from working. Yeah, 7200 RPM is really all you need, because anything higher than that just gets really, really hot. And then you need an extra fan just to keep the hard drive cool. And you're generating more heat in your case, which doesn't really make sense to do that, especially when we have SSDs. Like I have a 10 terabyte spinner in my computer, and I use it for storage still, and also for like certain games that it doesn't really matter, or like I don't care, that it has it on the spinner hard drive. SSDs do help with games, but not nearly as much. Now, running Windows on an SSD makes a huge friggin' difference. That'll make a bigger difference than your RAM will any day of the week. People like, especially my family members, when they ask me like, "Oh, what should I upgrade in my computer to make it go faster?" I always tell them, your hard drive, switch it to an SSD or an NVMe if you can, and that'll speed that baby up right away. Nice. Yeah, NVMe's are they're fantastic. I bought a I don't know if it was a Team Group or an AData 1 terabyte NVMe for this computer, and I've had it in there for 4 years, and I've used it a ton. And it has slowed down a little bit, but I mean it's still so dang fast that I don't even care. Still been a great hard drive for me, and now the prices have come down on them quite a bit. Like I don't even know how much they cost. That sounds right. I don't think mine's 7,000. I think mine's only like 4,300, maybe 5,000. It's a little slower, but I bought it like 4 years ago too. And this board only supports Gen 3, I think. I don't think it supports Gen 4. So it tops out somewhere. Never cared where. I think I saw like a 2 terabyte, like either 7,000 or 7,500 um, megabits or bytes per second, whatever it is, for like $110 on Amazon. So I was like, dang, maybe I should upgrade. But then I got to reinstall Windows or clone, and I don't know if I want to do that. That's a lot of work. Because I have like a really customized version of Windows that I like to run, and it requires me to do a bunch of changes to the settings and delete a bunch of crap and uninstall a bunch of Windows nonsense. I probably should upgrade. I don't know how much time I want to spend doing that. It really is, especially if you don't really care how Windows is set up and you don't really care, like, you just run like a basic version of Windows, it's fine. But like all the crap I always have to do to mine to get it the way I want it always takes forever. Then reinstalling everything is, it's not too bad, I guess. Because if I install it to the NVMe, it goes pretty quick. And I have a decent internet connection here now, so probably be pretty fast, but still. It's still going to take hours. Hey, there we go. Glad you got it figured out, Dusty. That's what I'm talking about. I expect to see you at level 99 by tomorrow night. Chop chop. If all of your characters are not at level 99 by tomorrow, you, sir, are a noob. I'm just kidding. I have characters from like 4 ladder seasons ago that still aren't 99. Oh, yep, that'll do it every single time. It's always something simple like that, man. It's always like a capital or a lowercase, or oh, I didn't put the right name like in this spot for the leader or whatever. It's always something minor every time. It even happens to me. People think that I'm just like, some ultra pro that gets it right every single time. Nah, nope, that does not happen. I just leave that part out, so it makes me look better. Can't be can't be looking like a noob when you're making your videos. Gotta spice it up. You'll see it on stream though, 100%. If I'm ever messing around on stream, you'll get to see it for sure. Yep, that's easy to do too. Especially with names that are so similar like that, you bet it. Right? It happens all the time. A lot of people who ask for help, they usually get like 99% of everything correct. And there'll just be like that one little tiny mistake that's preventing it from working right. And it'll be like that. Concentration versus conviction, or um, the names aren't in the right places, or the casing, the uppercase lowercase thing, like I was saying. It's always something like that. And unless you go through it with a fine tooth comb, you're not going to find it. Yep. It was funny because earlier today, I was getting Soloplay set up, and I was just like making a new one because I didn't want to bother using one of the 600 other ones I have set up. And I was like, yeah, I'll just make a new one. And it kept crashing, and I was like, why is it not opening the Diablo 2 window? Well, it turns out that I had picked the EXE from Path of Diablo 2, or maybe it was Slash Diablo, one of those. And basically, it was using the wrong EXE, and so it couldn't open up and use the official client because it wasn't the official client. 100% my fault. I literally just did that today. Oh man, a sash is the best belt. In fact, if you don't use a sash and you upgrade to another belt, you might as well just uninstall because the sash is where it's at. Everything else is super lame. Upgraded to a spiderweb sash. Not magical, not rare, not unique, not crafted. Nope. Just a plain old sash with 2 rows. That's all you get. Yeah, people love to mess with the scripts, and they always try to tweak it just a little bit, and they try to add like a little bit of something here or there or whatever. They just can't start it and let it run for some reason. I don't know why that is. They're like, well, it's not perfectly efficient. It's like, it's probably never gonna be. I would love for it to be too, but it's just not realistic a lot of times unless you want to invest a crazy amount of your time trying to do that. I'm not going to do that personally. That's why I always use that old infomercial for Sonic and Horde and Soloplay. Set it and forget it. Like, don't mess with it. Don't try to tweak it. Don't try to add items. don't go and buy 6 enigmas off of D2JSP and try to put them on your characters, because if you do, they're probably just going to toss them anyway because you didn't edit the picket files and you didn't edit the equipment files, and yeah, just not worth it. I actually had somebody get mad at me for that. I forget what it was. I can't remember if it was Soloplay or if it was Horde, but some dude like bought new equipment for his characters. He put it on there, and then because it wasn't in the files to keep those in those slots for those, like for armor and helmet and stuff, it threw it, and it just like he was mad at me for it doing that. I was like, well, first of all, I didn't code that, okay. And second of all, even if I had, there's nothing that could be done. It's your responsibility to go in and change that if you want that. And they were just like really freaking mad. I was like, okay, well, I mean, there's really nothing I can do. Sorry. It is, I think it is from like a couple of my videos now, because I do try to convince people to just let it run, just let it ride, man. Get you a beer or some whiskey or a joint if you're inclined, and just let it ride out. Don't mess with it. Don't change it. Just let it go. Or in your case, maybe some tea. Although you're in Scotland, not in England, so I don't know how that goes. In the States, it would probably be coffee or a soda or, maybe an alcoholic beverage of some kind. There's no real unity.
Afternoon.
Gary is basically 007 in disguise. He just doesn't want to tell everybody. He's literally James Bond. Bond. James Bond. If by the Sean Connery version you mean the only good James Bond, yes, I agree. It's not entirely true. There are some like movies that I don't mind from some of the other Bonds, but overall I prefer the Sean Connery Bond. Was never a fan of the Roger Moore. What's the other guy? Pierce Brosnan. He's okay. It's alright. Daniel Craig has his moments. Sean Connery just had like a bravado. I don't know. I really liked his acting. The accent doesn't help, or doesn't help, doesn't hurt. They all have accents, but the Scottish accent really is just, it's just good. Gary, you're biased, okay? All right. I don't even want to hear it, okay? Of course you like that one. Of course you do. I'm not from there and I like it, so, just accept it. No, but seriously though, like the accent means a lot. It really does. I've never been a fan of American accents that much. The Southern accent is interesting, and the Boston accent is interesting, but I could basically do without all the rest of them. And you got to have the attitude to go with it. You can't just have the accent and then be like I don't know, a wussy for better terms, for lack of better terms. You got to have the attitude to go with it. All right, we're at bail. Here goes nothing. Only 6 hours in. Pretty certain I could have got to bail sooner than this, but that would require effort. I'm not doing that. Plus, Act 3 makes me want to rage quit, so. Although, technically, with this, I have map hack, so I'm thinking of D2R for some reason. It's like, well, it doesn't really matter because you have map hack. You'd be able to see anyway. Not nearly as bad. Sometimes you get like the world's worst Act 3 map where it's just like, hey, you need to go through the Great Marsh, the Flare Jungle, and then back to the Spider Forest just to find the stupid Spider Cavern. Lol. LMAO. Get wrecked. Oh my gosh. When that happens, it just immediately makes me want to quit. No good. Yeah, I did a few streams for D2R Reset, but it's nice to do some of this, honestly. And then if I want to play this manually, totally can because map pack. Yeah. I don't care what anybody says. I would love a map pack for D2R, a very simple one. And if they ever put out a free bot like Colbot for D2R, I'll obviously get that going too. I don't think that's going to happen though. Seems like every bot for D2R is running like a weekly or a monthly charge just to use it, and that's ridiculous. I can't tell you how much I hate that. Hey, get banned and lose money and lose your account and your items. Yeah, that's fun. Actually, I'd be fine with that too. Literally, if they gave us like a botting server where that's all it was, fine. Why not? What skin? How does that affect them in any way, shape, or form? It literally doesn't. D2R is already full of bots anyway. They're just not sharing them with you. I've seen bots since like I think the first season of D2R Ladder. That's not surprising. And even if I could read Chinese, I still wouldn't use it. I'd be so afraid of like a backdoor or some kind of like crazy BIOS Trojan that you can't get rid of. You have to literally take your computer outside, pour 17 gallons of gasoline in it, light it on fire, shoot it with a bazooka, and launch it into space so it doesn't steal all your information. No thanks. I don't trust anything that comes out of China. Not like the people, but their government and just their greed to just steal everybody's information. Not gonna happen. That too. I didn't even think about that. Yeah, they got your credit card now too, or debit card, or they probably got everything. Let's be real. They probably stole your social security number, your state ID, your tax ID, your firstborn child, your dog, your cat, and then they come by and beat you in the head with it or something. You know. Yeah, I see them a lot in bail runs, Diablo runs. I even saw one that was doing like Trist runs or something the other day. I still do take advantage of them. Absolutely. 100%. If I see a bot game and I don't feel like leveling up, I'll jump in there. I don't care. Yeah, do not care. I'm just hoping that somebody that, is more kind hearted and isn't so greedy will make a script for D2R eventually and just release it. Like, here you go. Here's one for the everyday guy. And don't get me wrong, like, if it was $20 and they were going to do updates for it and you could keep it forever, I'd pay 20 bucks for it. But listen, I'm not going to pay 5, 10, 15, $20 a month, 5, 10, 15, $20 a week. That's never happening. One time payment, and I expect there to be updates. That's the only way that's going to happen. Otherwise, I have zero interest in paying for anything. I get so tired of subscription services and pay this every week and month so we make money off of you forever. Nah, nope, ridiculous. I literally canceled like everything because that Netflix, Paramount Plus, Disney Plus, like everything, all gone. It's either physical media or I'm hitting the high seas as a pirate. That's it. Wow. That life replenish on that lister, man. He was just popping pots all over the place. OP. Needed nerf, please. Insta dead. Love it. Love to see it. Wow, we're gonna end like right at the 6 hour mark. That's awesome. Assuming she doesn't get chickened. If she does, then it'll be a little past it. We'll see. Might have spoke too soon. Just jinxed myself. But she didn't have too much trouble with any of the bosses, so I don't think that'll be the case. Bam, baby, there it is. Got him. No problem, Dusty. TV license, wow. That's crazy. That is literally insane. I get so sick of that crap. You need a license for everything now. I swear to God, they're gonna come out with like a license just so you can exist. Oh, I'm sorry. Did you just breathe the air? See, you can't do that. I'm gonna need like 10 grand for that air you just breathed. Oh no, I didn't produce it. No, but you're still gonna need to pay me. TV license. That's ridiculous. Oh. Got your TV license right here, if you know what I mean. Look into the screen. Say hi. TV license. Then they wonder why piracy and all this other bad stuff is, popping off. It's like, well, when you start charging for literally everything, that tends to happen.
What do you need?
It's not an excuse, but it is an explanation. I'll probably cut the stream like right around 6 hours exactly, and then I'll let this run tonight. And I'll be back tomorrow for some more Soloplay streaming, so hope you guys are around then. If not, see you whenever. They get charged for water use. I think they do here too, actually. Depending on like the situation. Sweet. It's always nicer to have somebody that's actually talking to me on the stream, and it's not as boring. It's not me just talking to myself, essentially. I'll try to start it right around the same time if possible. Shouldn't be a problem. All right. Like I said, I think that's all she wrote. I got a few other things I got to do before I go to sleep tonight, so see ya. Gary, Dusty, everybody else, thank you. See you soon.